Yo, how's everybody doing? It's your host, it's your guy, it's Rapstar Boxing Knowledge in the building. Give me a minute, I'm going to be back. I'm just sorting something out behind the scenes, and we'll be back and we'll be talking. But don't forget, Mauricio Suleiman, the WBC to this channel, not just once, but Mauricio Suleiman has been to this channel twice. And now we got Mauricio Suleiman and Rapstar Part 3. You got to give me a minute. We're going to talk about it. And I'm going to let you know what is going on with the interview. So let me just play you this while I'm just chopping out behind the scenes. I've got to just speak to the WBC. Give me a minute.
It's a very complicated matter. As I stated, we are not a promoter, and we did certainly put out a strong effort to make that fight happen. We put on hold the mandatory obligations of our champion Spence, and we made it known that we're gonna give every support for the fight to take place without putting any obstacles to it. I've seen Crawford several times in person, through friends, and he always says, I want my WBC. He was a super lightweight WBC champion, and when he moved up in weight, he has been saying it for a couple of years, I want the WBC green and gold belt. So I do not know the specifics why the fight was going to take place. They said November, and then probably at the beginning of the year. But now it seems it did not materialize, and Alex Crawford probably fighting a Venecian as it was announced. The thing is,
Yo, what is going on with everybody out here? Yo, man, hit the like button, And yeah. So look, my friend, Mauricio Suleiman, I chopped it up with him earlier on. I recorded a 15-minute interview with Mauricio Suleiman behind the scenes, and it's recorded. The interview got erupted a little bit because he got a couple of calls and he had to go. But what Mauricio Suleiman has told me personally, that he's been on my channel twice already. And he said he's rather going to do a live with you guys. He's going to do a live with Rapstar on the third interview. It's not going to be pre-recorded anymore. It's going to be live on this channel. You're going to get the WBC Godfather, Mauricio Suleiman, the man of boxing, the man who does a lot in boxing. His father had put this sport, Jose Suleiman, out here for years. Jose Suleiman, who's the father of Mauricio Suleiman, was in the times when Muhammad Ali was a champion and the WBC were representing, and Muhammad Ali was representing Mauricio Suleiman's father, Jose Suleiman. So Mauricio Suleiman is part of a big foundation and a big sanctioning body. And this man is coming over here to show us respect. And let's not forget, the questions that you can ask directly to Mauricio Suleiman? Where does that happen? Where can you get your questions heard? And I'll ask your questions to the WBC president. You can't go to other channels like Fight Hype, ESPN, and all these people. They won't let you ask the question. But over here, you can ask the question. And Mauricio's a friend of mine, you know? Mauricio's a friend of mine. I got Saudi Arabia connections. Mauricio knows me behind the scenes. And the man is coming here for the third interview, bro. You got to put some respect on this fucking channel. And we've only got 20 people here to speak to Mauricio Suleiman. What the fuck is this? Now, Mauricio and me already spoke. I've got a 15-minute interview. Now, if he comes live and you guys are not even there to support Mauricio Suleiman with me, you rather speak to people on a panel like Mirage. And now I'm getting Mauricio Suleiman over here, bro. And you guys need to come out here in the hundreds. Or what's the point of having Mauricio Suleiman coming over here? I might as well keep chopping it out with my friend and the WBC behind the scenes. Now, I know that Mauricio Suleiman's got a convention coming. So the interview he had with me was a very short interview. And he told me when he finishes the convention, he's going to have more stories and more things to tell me in front of you. But motherfuckers need to support Mauricio Suleiman and Rapstar. We're out here bringing you the godfathers of this boxing industry. We're out here bringing you some of the realest players in boxing. Where else can you get Mauricio Suleiman to come to a small channel like me? I must have some connections to get Mauricio Suleiman to come here for the third fucking time. He's coming over here to support me. But where is the support from boxing, bro? Where is that support for Rapstar that he's bringing the sanctioning body, Mauricio Suleiman, bruv, to this channel? But you guys rather give me more support when we speak to the fucking trolls like Mirage. So I'm going to keep it real with you guys. Mauricio Suleiman has spoke to me. He told me he's coming over here to show us some support. And he said we're going to speak to the people directly. He wants you to be part of the live. He wants your questions, and he ain't ducking any question. Mauricio Suleiman is not ducking any questions. He said to me that he wants to speak to the people. So where's the people to speak to Mauricio? Now, I'll tell you this, yeah? I'm glad that the talk that me and Mauricio had, we're going to talk in front of you guys. Now, things are changing on the 6th because he's going to Mexico for the convention. And when Mauricio Suleiman's at the convention, after he finishes, he's going to have a lot to chop up with you. I'm talking the people who support me, Santiago, John McSmith, NL, Halim, RNR 1000. You guys can have your questions directly to Mauricio Suleiman, bro. Have your questions ready. Because now when he's going to the convention, everybody who really wants to fight or want to be in position or want to find out who's going to fight next and who's going to be mandatory, what fights are going to get over trumped from the mandatory, who's going to get step aside money, the judges, the referees, the doctors, all these discussions are going to happen in Mexico in this next week. So Mauricio Suleiman told me Rapstar, I'm just going to go finish up the convention and I'm coming over to speak to you. I'm kind of glad he didn't come today. How many likes we got in the building, bro? How many likes do we have in the fucking building, bruv? For Mauricio Suleiman today. How many likes we got? Somebody please check and tell me. We got fucking 12 likes and we got 23 fucking people here to speak to Mauricio Suleiman. It's an embarrassment, bruv. I'm glad Mauricio Suleiman never came today. Because when he comes next, you guys have got to support. He wants to talk to the people. What's the point of me, Con, Tip Bayliss, having him here when we don't even have the support, right, to support the top people in boxing? It's unbelievable, man. What the fuck are you dossers doing? Listen to Hallen, bro. I'm bringing the Godfather, a stanking body, #1 man, giving me support. Do you know what Mauricio Suleiman told me? He said, Rapstar, I love your passion. I love your energy. Don't worry about how big or small your channel is. I got your back. I'm coming to see you. Mauricio Suleiman told me this. But there's got to be some kind of a respect for the man to come over here, bro. You guys give me more support when I speak to fucking Mirage or when I'm smoking some random YouTuber. You guys give me more support when I'm fucking smoking Mirage or I'm fighting against or giving somebody smoke randomly on the YouTube. But now that we got the Godfather, the Mauricio Suleiman, WBC, where the fuck is the support, bro? It ain't worth me bringing him here, man. It just ain't worth me bringing him. The man wants to come, and I'm thinking, shall we have him here? I might as well chop it up with him behind the scenes because he's invited me personally, Rapstar 2023 boxing convention for the WBC. I'm going to be there. So what's the point of bringing him here? I might as well chop it up with them behind the scenes. You already know that he's been here not once, not twice. This is his third time coming here. What channel have you seen Mauricio Suleiman come in 16 months 3 times? What fucking channel have you seen Mauricio Suleiman come 3 times? Answer the question. Maybe some big channels. But he's coming here to support us. He's going to talk to you, Con. He's going to talk to you, Danny Medina. He's going to talk to you, Tip Bayliss. He's going to talk to my brethren, Halim. And you guys can ask your direct question with Mauricio Suleiman. And that's happening on Rapstar. Ain't happening nowhere else but over here. So smash the fucking like button. Show some support, John. Tell them how it goes, bro. Tell these motherfuckers how it goes, bro. They rather speak to Mirage when I've got the WBC president coming over here. You know, I want to see good questions. I want to see intelligent questions. I don't want to see no trolling. When a man is coming here to give us respect, you respect what he does in boxing. You want to ask why the mandatories don't fight each other, right? You want to say to the mandatories, don't fight each other. Why don't they fight each other? Ask him when he comes. When the man comes there, you ask him. Ask him directly. And if Mauricio doesn't mind, I will send the link. As long as people know how to speak to people in boxing, you can't go to Mirage and expect to come here and downplay and call Mauricio Suleiman a bullshitter when he is the man who makes the rules, breaks the rules. He can put stipulations on fighters. Mauricio Sulaiman can put stipulations on fighters, or he can let you ride as long as you're giving him the biggest fight for his sanctioning body. The WBC also are making the biggest fights, and they're the biggest players. They are the biggest players when it comes to sanctioning bodies. Everybody wants the green belt. Every motherfucking person who gets in boxing, who grows up as a fighter, wants to become a WBC champion. Every fighter that gets into boxing, bro, wants to be a WBC champion. It's the green belt. It's something about that green belt. Let me tell you, every fighter in England wants to rather be a WBC champion. Every fighter in America rather be a WBC champion. Most fighters around the world, Australia, Japan, anywhere, you go ask the fighters, they want to become the WBC champion. The WBC is like the Bugatti. They're like the Bugatti of boxing. The brand of WBC is one of the biggest brands of the land of boxing. The IBF, the WBO, and the WBA come secondary when it comes to the WBC. Who's the WBC champion, bro? He's the bad man. Hey, let me tell you this. For years and years before I was born, WBC was the guys who everybody wanted to be. Muhammad Ali, WBC. Iron Mike Tyson, WBC. Floyd Money Mayweather lived off the WBC. Sugar Ray Leonard. Everybody is wanting the WBC. So put some respect on the WBC. Put some respect on the WBC, bro. They're the best when it comes to how they take care of their fighters, how they do their conventions, how they are very passionate about the sport. You can say what you want, but the WBC fund and put the most money in their organization. They even help children which are disabled. Why not speak about that stuff? The WBC also help kids which are disabled, bro. They help fighters which have got nothing. The WBC have a program which give back to boxing, and they also are people that do many events to make sure they don't forget the old school fighters. They do a lot to keep their ex-champions and their champions relevant. The WBC is a very good organization if you're coming up in boxing and you want to be part of it. You know? But no, man, I can't forget Lennox Lewis. I can't forget Lennox Lewis, the most ultimate WBC champion. WBC have had the most historical, some of the baddest men on the planet. When it comes to boxing, the WBC are proudly represented some of the best men in the sport. Some of those men have become bigger than boxing, but it started with the WBC belt. The WBC has been in this game for so long. I'll tell you something, they're probably the leaders of the sanctioning bodies. They're the leaders. I don't see any other sanctioning body better than Mauricio Sulaiman's sanctioning body. And I know that he makes the rules and breaks the rules, but he's the godfather of his company. Mauricio Sulaiman is the godfather of his company, bro. He runs his own lane. He don't listen to nobody. He makes the rules and he breaks those rules. And the truth is, the way I look at it, at the end of the day, if you're fighting for that company, then that company's got your back. Let me tell you how that works. Mauricio Suleiman is a man, if you make big fights, he'll make it easy for you to make big fights. Mauricio Suleiman, if you fight for Mauricio Suleiman and Jose Suleiman, his father, the WBC, they will make sure that they won't get in your way if you're making the biggest fights. Chavez, one of the biggest names for the WBC. Chavez still has the best relationships with WBC. He does many events with the WBC. So let me just explain where I was. If you're fighting for the WBC organization, right? The main thing is they will allow you to make the biggest fight as long as you are trying to make the biggest fight. They won't get in your way. Now, they won't put stipulations on you if you're making the biggest fights. But anyhow, your fights don't work out. Then they put the mandatories in place, like they do with Keith Berman, like they did with Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury. Put respect on Manny Pacquiao and Hector Camacho, WBC. Facts. Big names. Mention some more names as we're going. What about Roy Jones? Right, let's keep it moving. Yo, big shout out to Epoxy Magic, bro. Why haven't you got a wrench, Epoxy Magic? Why the fuck have you not got a wrench, bro? What's going on with you? Hmm? Are you sure that's Epoxy Magic? Bernard Hopkins, bro. Is that Epoxy Magic or is that some next guy? Let me see. This is my new account. How many fucking accounts you got? I gave you a wrench the other day. Bruv. What are you doing? So you got another Epoxy Magic account, yeah? All right, here's your wrench, bruv. Give me a sec. Yo, 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 yo. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Motherfuckers, you guys wanted to embarrass me today with 26 people. How many likes we got? Yo, my brethren, Punch Drunk Boxing, EDP, Epoxy Magic with the wrench. How many fucking likes we got now, bro? How many likes we got now? Larry Holmes, WBC. Yo, mic check. Is the mic working? Mic check. Is the mic working right now? Yo, man, is the fucking... Man, I shut down this fucking live if this technical shit keeps going on. How many likes we got? Working. 27 likes. 28 people who want to talk to Mauricio Suleiman. Man, I'm glad he never came. I'm glad Mauricio Suleiman did not come for today's interview, bruv. I'm glad I chopped it up with him behind the scenes. Because you guys would have made it look bad. You guys ain't here to support Mauricio Suleiman even, bro. Some of the biggest names, the godfathers of boxing. A bit bad man like me from England brings him to... I'm just saying this, bro. Yo, the mic's fucked again, bro. I think the mic's fucked again, you know that? The mic's fucked, people. But all I'm saying is, bro, if he had come today, you guys would have embarrassed the show, man. 30 people in the building, 28 likes, 27 likes. What the fuck is this? Man, this is fucked. Yo, mic check, mic check. Let me know if the mic's working. Or let me know when it's working. Mic check, mic check. Man, fuck that 25 likes for having Mauricio on my channel. You're taking a piss, bruv. Mic check, mic check. Yo, somebody come in here. I didn't even start to cook yet. Errol Spence erupts. Errol Spence broke his silence. Errol Spence broke his silence, bro. Let's cook. Let's talk about boxing, and I'll tell you what we're going to do with Mauricio Sulaiman soon. When he gets on the channel, where you're going to be able to, or is it going to be a live where you can write your comments in the chat and we'll just keep it moving, right? But let's go on. Errol Spence. Errol Spence has broken silence, bro. Errol Spence has broken silence. And now Errol Spence has come out and said some stuff. So let's have a look at what Errol Spence is saying. Yo, let's have a look at what Errol Spence is saying, bro. Errol Spence is out here. Errol Spence is talking, bro. And I just want to say this before Mike gets it off. What's happening, Mike?
What up, man?
What's happening?
Man, I think it's weak. It's weak shit I'm hearing from Errol Spence, man.
Yeah, but let me just get
confirming.
this off though. At least the
Yeah,
man's
go
fucking
for it.
look. Even if somebody's representing him on Twitter, he's allowing it to be represented. He's saying he's letting his people speak. So now people are gonna say, "Oh, Errol Spence ain't come on camera though." Errol Spence needs to come on the camera now. Errol Spence doesn't need to be just on a Twitter. Okay, well, Terence Crawford went back on Twitter. Terence Crawford went back on Twitter, bro. So now Terence Crawford, Errol Spence having a Twitter war. Terence Crawford and Errol Spence is having their own Twitter war now, bro. So even if it's weak for Crawford. Crawford came out on Twitter. Errol Spence came out on Twitter. Now Spence is going to make a video. Is that what needs to happen, Mike?
I mean, you know, it's first of all, you can tell that Errol Spence is having someone help him write here. The first couple of tweets that he made, he didn't write that shit himself. You can tell.
Yeah, we know he ain't writing it. People are representing him.
But he's writing some of them though. Some of them he's writing. So he's
but
got
look,
someone
people are representing him, whether it's his girlfriend, his wife, whatever.
But regardless
People
of that,
are representing him.
He's confirming everything that Terence Crawford said in his video is true. He hasn't refuted anything that Terence Crawford has said yet. He's pretty much confirming everything is true. So we give Bud credit for that. Bud did not tell anything that was not true last night when he came on the video. Errol Spence didn't have the balls to come on camera and say anything.
That's exactly what I said, right? You're gonna say that.
Yeah,
I already predicted that.
He's got nothing to say. He's got nothing to come on camera for because all he could say is, yeah, well, I mean, just some stupid little retorts. It's only worthy of Twitter. It's not worthy of making a video or a live about it.
But the problem here is Terence Crawford came up on Twitter. So Errol Spence said, all right, I'll break the silence right now. Now, Errol Spence is saying, let me get this off, though.
Yeah,
Errol Spence is saying, though, he's giving him everything. He said he'd give all the things he wanted. And he said, as far as he even said to his people that you need to give Terence Crawford all the transparency and all the books. So Errol Spence is saying opposite to what Terence Crawford's saying. Errol Spence is saying that Terence Crawford had the books, but he's saying this fucker for 2 weeks. Now, I'm not saying who's lying, but Errol Spence is saying this motherfucker for 2 weeks, he be making other deals. He don't tell you about the other deals that he made. And as soon as his deals were good, He goes, motherfucker wants to come out here and say to everybody, oh, it's what I'm saying is the truth. What about the deals that Terence Crawford was making behind the scenes? And what Errol Spence is saying as well, when he made his deals, he wasn't talking on Twitter. He's had 2 weeks. And now this motherfucker wants to talk on Twitter once he signed the Black Prime shit. So what Errol Spence is saying is now you're coming out with this shit because your business is good, but you didn't want to do this negotiation with me the way that we were doing it. At the end of the day, he's saying to him, I gave you what you needed. Now, even if people are representing, they're writing this, Terence Crawford's back and forward on Twitter with him. He's in this Twitter shit with him now. So what's Terence Crawford saying? Have you seen what Crawford's saying?
Yeah, Terence Crawford is basically saying that, I mean, he said from the beginning that Errol Spence was really not. Errol Spence, first of all, Terence Crawford wouldn't have been in the position to be making other deals if Errol Spence had actually had the power to actually negotiate with him. He was not negotiating with him. He had to pass it on to Al Heyman, who then...
Yeah, but Terence Crawford's going back and forth right now. With Errol Spence.
Because, listen, he's been waiting. He's
doing it because now he needs to justify his shit. Now, Errol Spence is putting it on Crawford.
What does he have to justify, though? What does he have
to justify? Because Errol Spence is saying to him, Mike, is I gave you the books. I told you to have transparency. I told you all the 3 things that you wanted. You can have that shit. So now Terence Crawford's going to tell him, well, yeah, but your guy wasn't there on time, and where were you? You know, this is all fucking boxing politics, bro. But what we do know,
wait, hold on.
One thing we can guarantee is
shit, man, you're going out.
Yeah, I'm going out.
Go
on, you talk. No, you can talk it off, bro. Go on, you might as well get your shit off if the mic's fucked.
All right. No, you're back. You're back. Go ahead, man.
No, go on, get your shit off.
All right. Well, here's the thing, man. I don't see how Terence Crawford was being given what he wanted when he, first of all, he brought an idea to the table, and at a certain point, Errol Spence wouldn't even pick up his phone call. He brought a deal that was going to offer the both $25 million, and Errol Spence has confirmed that this is the case.
Yeah.
And that wasn't good enough. And Al Heyman told Terence Crawford that it would never happen. It would never happen with anyone outside. So how is that giving Terence Crawford anything? That's basically saying, no, we're not doing it your way at all. We're doing it how I want to do it. That's Al. But we need to hear from fucking Al Heyman. Is the bottom line. Al Heyman is one.
Look, one thing we do know. Errol Spence didn't write most of those tweets. He's been telling people they're writing it for him. But one thing that needs to happen is Errol Spence maybe needs to come on camera. That's going to be the next thing that's going to happen. Because Al Heyman won't come for even Bob Father. Even Bob Arum, the Godfather, Al Heyman don't care. He don't talk to nobody. Ain't no Al Heyman coming out for Crawford. He don't give a fuck about no one. If he ain't coming out for Bob Arum when they were slandering him, or when Oscar De La Hoya says shit about him, because you do know that Oscar De La Hoya is the next guy who said he's going live to expose Al Heyman. Oscar De La Hoya has just erupted himself. Oscar De La Hoya is all over Twitter right now on Errol Spence. And that's why Errol Spence has come out and telling people that the business that Crawford's telling you, it didn't go like that. That Crawford could be doing some fibs over here, because for the last 2 weeks, Crawford was making his deals. Crawford was trying to make deals with Frank Warren's fighter. And Crawford asked for David Avenesian. He didn't ask for no Jarrett Boot Ennis. They didn't go and ask Virgil Ortiz to be part of Black Prime. They went a deal with a weaker fighter, a fighter that knocked out the guy that knocked out David Avenesian. So even Crawford isn't 100%.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
when
care.
it comes to the fight,
Listen,
man,
everybody's going to have their views. I know nobody's going to agree with me. I already told everybody that the way I look at it, you let Errol Spence speak, and then I'll speak. Now, I know that people are going to say it's Twitter war. Well, Terence Crawford's part of the Twitter war right now. Crawford's tweeting right now. So he must have erupted Crawford, isn't it? Errol Spence has erupted Crawford because Crawford's tweeting as we're speaking. So Crawford's part of the Twitter war. And once Errol comes on camera, then people are going to say something else. And then we know Al Heyman ain't coming for shit. Al Heyman ain't even going to come out even if the president calls him. Come on, Mike. You know Al Heyman has never spoke in the last 14 years.
Yeah.
Come on, Mike. Let's keep it real.
First of all, how is Spence going to come on and make a convincing statement if he can't even write his own goddamn tweet?
But look, even though he's not right, we know most of those boxers ain't writing their tweets.
No, but
people
he comes on camera,
but he's allowing those tweets to happen. But Mike,
listen,
he's allowing those tweets to happen.
But
he's the one who's agreeing. He's agreeing with those tweets, though.
Yeah, but Bud Crawford, when he came on, you could tell that was his own words. He was telling the story from his point of view. No one was assisting him. That came across as real.
So even if Errol Spence was on the fucking phone, or he came up on the screen with Fight Hype, or even if he came on the screen with Rapstar, I understand that we just saw Errol Spence's face and he came and told you how it is. I get that.
It could make it worse, though.
But what I'm saying is, Mike, Terence Crawford is the man who came on Twitter. Then soon as Errol Spence spoke, Crawford's going back now. Errol Spence is speaking. Crawford's going back. So it's become a Twitter war between Errol Spence and Terence Crawford now.
Yeah, but Bud already said what needed to be said from his side point of view. Why he took a video. He's just tweeting on what Errol Spence, what he feels is not being accurate. Now, you're a boxing content creator. I'm a boxing content creator. Mike from Boston. Shout out to Mike from Boston.
Shout out to Punch Drunk Boxing so people know what's going on. That's Punch in the building, bro.
If you are trying to clarify something that somebody's saying in the chat, what's the first thing that you're going to say? You're going to send the link, smash the link so he could be on the panel so you could clarify things. You want to hear that man's voice. You want to hear the people's voice. Smash the link, come to the panel. The same thing. We want Errol Spence to show his face. He gave us a leak audio.
Yeah. That's good. We do need to see his face. I agree with that a little bit.
So are we just discrediting him right off the bat? We're not going to think he's telling the truth either?
I don't want to discredit him, Frank, straight away. That's not right.
Well, where did he lie? That's what I was going to ask you.
Talk, Frank.
You came on.
Frank to talk as well.
Say it again.
I was going to ask you what you think about it. So you're saying he's lying? I know you come heavy, man. So, like.
No, I feel at this point, it's not about if whoever's writing it is lying. Is that even what I'm reading still for me gives Bud Crawford the benefit of the doubt. Because what Bud Crawford is saying is,
that's an opinion.
I got a better deal for us. And not only am I got a better deal for us, I called you personally to tell you about this deal that we both going to get the best money. More money and guaranteed. On the same tweets, Errol Spence has now came up saying that he wasn't guaranteed of the money either. So it's two fighters that's not guaranteed a purse. Two fighters that's not guaranteed a purse, where Bud Crawford got people lined up, which people that Al Heyman knows, and Bud Crawford said, you know these two hedge funds, Al Heyman. If you want to, you could actually speak to them. Now, it tells me right there that Al Heyman is only trying to secure this fight with his business partnership with the networks of Fox or Showtime. He is not doing right by his client that gives him 10%. So I'm still giving Bud Crawford the benefit of the doubt.
So you think Al Heyman needs to change his business model with somebody like Crawford, who's never been in the business, who he needs to listen to him now and change his models and go through what he's got to say? He's got to go through what he's got to say when Al Heyman's going to be now using finances and getting this fight done the way that he wants to do it. You think he's going to listen to a next man?
He killed.
Why not? He does it. He did it with Andy Ruiz.
Because he had no choice with the Andy Ruiz fight.
What do you mean he had no choice?
That was an Eddie Hearn show.
But what do you mean he had no choice? Okay, this
Because
is a BLK show.
Eddie Hearn was the man with the fighter, and Eddie Hearn was putting up the money, and Eddie Hearn was putting up the show. So Al Heyman was just negotiating for a number for Andy Ruiz. Eddie Hearn was the one making the card with the TV networks. At this point, we know with Errol Spence fight, Al Heyman's got more lot involvement than just making the fight for Errol Spence. He's the one who's got the A-side fighter here. He got the man with the 3 belts. They're going to have to make the fight through Al Heyman where he's comfortable doing business. He's got the A-side fighter here.
Okay, he got the A-side fighter, but the A-side opportunity.
He don't have the Eddie Hearn situation.
So he's just trying. So he's just trying to please his network partners.
I got an easier solution. Let's break it down into 2 parts. This looks like a 2-part story. There's the actual talks, and then somewhere the talks broke down, and then Budwin did his own things. But let's make it 2 parts. That to me makes it seem like an easier story to unravel.
I think I'm saying I don't think it's just a right or wrong thing, but what I'm saying is if we're putting everything on the table, if we're saying that Bud Crawford found a better opportunity, guaranteed purses, with affiliates also of Al Heyman, and Errol Spence in that tweet did not deny anything of. That's why I always say that we need to hear Al Heyman, because he didn't deny the affiliates of Al Heyman knowing who these hedge funds are.
Well, no, Earl disputes. He disputes that. He said that Bud couldn't tell him any names.
Yeah, but then he said he spoke to Al Heyman.
But that's what I'm saying. But he disputes it. He says that's cap.
Yeah, but he would tell him a name and he still would take it to Al Heyman.
Yeah, but Errol Spence is calling cap on Terence Crawford.
Yeah, all money, not good money. Asked him where the 50 mil coming from. Who was the hedge fund putting the money up? He couldn't tell me. But I think we all need to meet in person. See.
Okay, now why you didn't meet in person?
Because he wanted to hear the names. I'm just saying what he said.
If I tell you, Frank, rap star, yo, I got $25 million guarantee. Hey, yo, who is it? Yo, meet me in person. Well, you think that
I'm gonna get my brain blown out.
No, but first thing I'm gonna do, I'm a different person.
You think Bud Crawford is gonna snatch somebody?
Yeah, but I'm a different person. I'm a different person to everyone. The first thing I'm gonna do is I've already made 20 million. I got a farm out here.
Where you made the 20 million? Where?
Let me get it off.
But my guy facts, Frank. Rap star.
Yes, I'm speaking my facts. You don't like it, that's on you. But my guy Frank.
You just said
let me get it off though, innit? You won't even let me get it off though. What you're saying is
facts though. You said that Errol Spence made 20 million. Where?
Well, I'm saying that Errol Spence at least has made over 12 million, 14 million.
Where?
Has he or not?
When?
At least in his fights, from what we can see.
What fight?
Man, look, you break that shit down and let me get my shit off.
No, you said 12, 14 million. We never heard that before in boxing.
Well, we know that Errol Spence has made 3-4 million on the Sean Porter fight. He made his 3-4 million in the fucking Danny Garcia fight. And he definitely makes 3-4 million in the Ugas fight.
So you mean career-wise, he made 14 million?
14, 15 million at least.
All right, so you can make 20 million in one fight.
I'm just saying that, innit? That's what I'm saying. He's got money. He's got fucking more money than most people. He's got fucking money. So the way I look at it, he don't need to. If Frank's my right-hand man, and I've made these 15, 20 million, and I got a nice thing going on, and Frank's been in business with me for years, and Frank's telling me, yo, I got this shit. You're the 60-40 fighter. In fact, you're 65-35. You got the 3 belts. Ain't nothing Bud Crawford can do. It's got to be our way, or he can fuck himself. Because at the end of the day, Errol, you're bringing the fight to him. I've already got a big fight for you with Keith Thurman that will earn your 5 million. You probably do more pay-per-views with Keith Thurman than you would do with Bud. So guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to sit back. I'm going to sit back with a man who's been honest to me and been that guy, and I go behind his back, or I think that he's trying to reach Al Heyman, and Al Heyman don't want to know Crawford's bullshit. The last thing I'm going to do is listen to Crawford now, because I know Crawford's coming out with these numbers and he ain't done business before. I'm going to stick with Frank because Frank's got me covered. I know what he's about. I'm not going to spoil my relationship for one fight with Terence Crawford. I ain't going to do it.
Yeah, he said in the follow-up, he said I wasn't at the table or nowhere to be found for what I knew, what I was projected to get, and happy with it, to be honest, which is what Rap is saying. That hedge fund deal was for your benefit. So, I mean, you know, like I said, it's a divorce. It's an ugly divorce. I mean, they could both be right. They could both be wrong. I don't find fault with either guy, at least as it looks like right now.
The problem is Bud Crawford does want to fight, so does Errol Spence. But Bud Crawford didn't come in this game as a leading player. He had to play part of the game that they were bringing. He had to be part of it. And he wants to be the boss, and it ain't going to work with Al Heyman and Errol Spence. No matter what Bud Crawford tries to do.
This 50 mil just sound, I don't know. It just doesn't sound right. I mean, everybody could think
he's doing business with fucking Warren Buffett, man. I mean,
you know that for a fact? That's what I'm saying. It's weird. All these people say he's in. Where is that? He couldn't give them the names. He would have told them it's Warren Buffett's money.
It's probably the guy.
Yeah, you said it. See, but that's what everybody's doing. They're just saying, "Oh, it's Warren Buffett." Like, how the fuck do you know?
Sense, though. It makes sense.
It doesn't. You're just making. You made it up because you've seen it.
I didn't make it up. I didn't make that shit up. I'm just saying it.
No, but that's the thing. That's what's wrong with this social media. Everybody's saying it like it's fact. Like we can't just assume these things are facts.
Let's say it's not Warren Buffett. The bottom line is he's coming and he's saying, "I do have someone who's going to give us $50 million."
But that's why he said all money's not good money. There's a reason he said that.
So $25 million is bad money compared to the $3 million.
No, he means it in a different. My interpretation of Earl means it from a different perspective. If you think about Bud,
I've said that before. All money is not good money.
Yeah, I heard that from Punch.
Yeah. But this is why the clarification is these are the hedge funds that you know, Al Heyman. So if you know these hedge funds and you used them before, then he said that in a way in saying that you know these guys, so these guys could be trusted, Al.
Well, at that point, that's not Errol Spence's call. That's Al Heyman who needs to make the call.
But
that's
Al
Heyman.
Al Heyman. See, you can call. I can say this to you right now. I called somebody 3 hours ago, and he told him as one of the.
You broke up,
Al Heyman's this, and I made up that was this, and Al Heyman's a piece. I believe because they know and don't speak. I can make anything up.
We're losing you.
Al Heyman ain't gonna speak.
We're not.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I said I wouldn't care. I could say anything about Al Heyman, and Al Heyman couldn't defend himself. Al Heyman
I mean, does anybody really expect Earl Spence to just go blow his relationship with Al and blow it up and say "fuck Al" and let me go get this money? I mean, do you really believe that?
At a certain point, if Al Heyman is preventing him from getting a fight that he actually wants,
that's not what I asked, though.
But no, if his own promoter is standing in his way of what he wants, why?
That's not the question. That's not the question. We're talking about loyalty.
But what I'm saying is loyalty one way. Remember, Al Heyman is not the god. Remember, Al Heyman is not a promoter. Al Heyman is an advisor and manager.
But that's what I'm saying. You think Earl is gonna ruin that relationship?
But what relationship? Al Heyman should worry if he's gonna ruin the relationship with his fighter.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. Is Al Heyman ain't the god. He's not the god.
He is in that world.
Remember, I hire you to be my manager and advisor.
Yeah, he's supposed to look out for his best interests, man. He's not doing that.
Anyway, what's up, man?
It's a little more complicated than that. You never talk to a chick and she asks you about a relationship and you go, he's not the guy, he's bad for you. She goes, it's a little more complicated than that.
The guy's a fucking manager, man. A manager does a job. I mean, he's not doing. He doesn't seem like he's doing it. He fucked over. He got the fight fucked over.
That was the Godfather, man.
And the thing is, Al Heyman has said to Michael Garcia, go to the zone, get this money. Go to the zone on Danny Jacobs, get this money. Go somewhere. He's done it before, so why not go to BLK and get this money, Earl Spence? Why not?
Because maybe the deal didn't come across that way from BLK.
Yeah, I'm
BLK
not trying to.
wanted,
so what about Jamal Charlo and Jaime Munguia?
That fight never happened because Oscar De La Hoya wanted to stream it on DAZN as well as Showtime, and at that time, Jamal Charlo is the A side again. So Al Heyman, Showtime don't need to persuade that fighter to be on another network.
But that's my point.
If you've got the leader player, you're gonna hold it to your network.
Man, Jaime Munguia is going to get more people in the seats than Jamal Charlo now.
But the thing is, at the end of the day, Showtime and Al Heyman don't need to let their fighter be on a split network if he's got the belt.
Right, so that's
and he's
my
an A-side fighter. That's just selling your fighter. That you're not going to do that.
So he's worried about his network affiliation rather than his fighters.
Well, that's relationships, isn't it? So is
All right then. So that's my point. So if Al Heyman is so worried about his relationship with the networks, then the fighters got to worry about themselves because he doesn't got they not the priority.
But
you're giving Al Heyman a pass because it's what the network says and his affiliation and his partners and stuff like that. That's what I said. Okay, Al Heyman, handle your partners. Do whatever you want to do with it. But I'm the fighter though. Put yourself in Charlo's position. I just lost a fucking payday with Jaime Munguia because y'all fucking networks don't want to let me fight and get my money and take care of my family. You ain't put me to fight fucking Bud Crawford so I can take care of my motherfucking family. That's the fight that I want. That's my legacy. Let me go. I don't give a fuck about Steven Espinosa or Fox. Give me my fucking 25 guaranteed payday. That's your job. That's the way these fighters gotta talk. Or you gonna see all these fighters in the motherfucking show. When's the last time you see Jamal Charlo fight?
Yeah, but it's a two-way street. I mean, they need each other. You know, as you work with fighters, right, Punch?
Yo, we got a lot of people in the building, man.
Don't they have to play the game to get these opportunities?
No, they need to play the game. But let me tell you like this: that doesn't mean that the fighter that I'm working with, he's stressed the fuck out. He is stressed the fuck out. He's hungry right now, bro.
Yeah, but you have to play the game to get these. I mean, if you a fighter without a promoter is like a boat without a paddle.
While my mic works here, Frank, I got to get other people in the building. Let's go to TBS. What's happening, TBS? Yo, what's happening?
Just jumping in this conversation, and I'm hearing stuff about fighters and networks and promoters and things like that. And it seems like people aren't getting proper clarification of how things work. Okay.
Well, why don't you tell us your point of view, and at least this is Rap Star Boxing, and who am I speaking to?
Well, this is the Boxing Source checking in here, Rap Star.
Yeah, I seen you here last year. You came here a couple of times last year, I think.
Yeah, it's been a little minute.
And how you been? You all right?
Been good. So
so tell us why you say to us that the business that these people don't know on the panel. So you tell us.
Okay, so the way things are kind of like operating now is that the networks are really the ones that kind of like run the show all across the board. It really doesn't matter about who the promoter is. The promoter has a partnership with the network that's willing to put up the money to put their fights on their network. So if the network is willing to invest money into it, then the promoter only has to deal with other technicalities when it comes to actually putting the event in an arena, coming up with the advertising from a local standpoint, not from a large scale standpoint, because the network itself handles the commercials and everything like that. So if a fight or a fighter isn't necessarily very successful while being put on a network, then that's pretty much on the network itself and the fighter. It's not necessarily on the promoter, because the promoter also has to worry about all the other technicalities when it comes to the event itself, not just the main event, but the undercard. So when you bring up something like for example, I heard the name Jaime Munguia, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So the thing with Jaime Munguia is Jaime Munguia has to be big enough to move the needle to actually say that he's really a superstar when it comes to what network he's specifically on. Now, what had happened in reference to him and Jamal Charlo is that Jaime Munguia was pretty much at a ranking high enough to face Jamal Charlo for the WBC middleweight title. So they tried to go ahead and make that fight happen. But the thing is that Golden Boy felt like Jaime Munguia was big enough for them to keep on the zone, but at the same time, he hadn't been to the level that they wanted him to be at yet. So they're not going to go ahead and risk that fighter that's undefeated when they say, hey, maybe we can still get a little bit more money off of him while being on the zone. If he is big enough to where it's at a point where he could be on the zone and Jamal Charlo could be on Showtime and both networks can get money off of it, then yeah, they'll go ahead and do that from a cross-promotional standpoint.
Because basically both names are not big enough to have a split network deal going on.
That's correct. That's correct.
That's what I was thinking, though.
That's the thing, because that's not much different than what we had years ago when it came to Sergey Kovalev and Adonis Stevenson. Neither one of them were big enough to have that be on a cross-promotional network, and neither side was going to give them up to be on an opposite network. So that's what happened there between Jamal Charlo and Jaime Munguia. That's why Jaime Munguia, up to this point currently, as a middleweight, still hasn't fought for any middleweight title as of yet. And he's been the number one contender for the WBO and the WBC for a very long time, especially the WBO, as he was a former WBO junior middleweight champion. But yet he's never fought for a middleweight title yet. You know, so you have that on one instance, right?
So Oscar De La Hoya was basically Oscar De La Hoya was basically talking a lot of shit when he.
Hold on, I didn't get that.
You're breaking up, right?
Oscar De La Hoya was basically talking shit when he wanted that fight on split networks.
Well, but the thing with that particular fight, that came
what network Earl Spencer signed to?
That came at the point when they were ready to re-up with the zone. So they're not going to give up their fighters. They're not going to give up someone like a Jaime Munguia, a Ryan Garcia, a Virgil Ortiz Jr. Pretty much their biggest stars that they have on the Golden Boy Promotions right now. They're not going to give any of them up to try to mess up their new deal with the zone if they feel like the zone is ready to reinvest into that particular promotional company. Because the zone is going to be the ones that financially back those fighters for those fighters having those, fights on their network. So that's why you have like a Virgil Ortiz fighting a Michael McKinson. Yeah, a lot of people kind of like dismiss that particular fight, but hey, if the zone is willing to pay that much for that particular fight, or at least invest in Virgil Ortiz Jr. for that fight, then hey, that's what Oscar De La Hoya is going to do, And
so what promotional company is Earl Spence signed to?
He is not necessarily technically signed to any promotional company. Not what happens is this, right? And this is in reference to Errol Spence. This is in reference to Deontay Wilder. This is in reference to the Charlo brothers, etc. Right? When you see any event that comes up for any of those fighters, who is the head promoter for those events?
TGB.
Okay, there you go. Now, TGB Promotions is the one that invests pretty much the most money when it comes to booking the venues, when it comes to securing concessions, on-site, promotion and everything like that, right? But the thing that they have is they have a number of their fighters putting a percentage towards the promotion or towards booking everything. So that's why you see in a lot of cases when you see the event, or if you go to their event, right, you'll see TGB Promotions, but what do you also see? Bomb Squad Promotions.
Yeah, you'll see the Fighters Promotions.
GTD Promotions, right? By doing that, they get a percentage of the return for the results of what happened with the sales of the event. So that's how that usually works. Now,
these are the things that we already know. Like we're real hardcore in this. We know all of that. But he doesn't have a promotional deal, nor does he have a network contract. So Earl Spence could fight anywhere he wants to if his manager tells him to go fight here, go fight there. Correct?
Okay. With that being said, where does he get the most money from?
Could Earl Spence fight anywhere he wants?
If he's advised to, if it feels like that is the best route, okay, then yeah, he could go anywhere he wants. But where does he get the most money from?
We don't know. If he's fighting in one place at the same time, you ask me where he got his money from. Of course, it's going to be with PBC. Could he make more money in BOK?
No.
How you know?
Do you know what BOK Prime is? Do you know the background of BOK Prime?
I don't give a fuck about the background.
See, that's where the discussion ends.
I don't care about the background, just like we never care about the background when any other affiliates. You don't care about the background. We don't know.
Yes,
this is
boxing.
Hold on. The beauty of boxing is that money comes from wherever it wants to come. When it pops up, it pops up.
Hold on a second. When you go into business with any company, do you do research on the background of that company before you do business with it?
Bro, we're gonna go to this. I mean, you could talk to somebody else on the panel.
I asked you a question.
Of course, you're gonna go. Of course, you're gonna. Of course, too. And this is why Bud Crawford told Al Heyman to go check it out. Is Bud Crawford doing business with?
Okay, so
let me wait. Hold up. Is Frank Warren doing business with BLK?
In reference to what? He's offering
promoter.
Offering an opponent.
Is Frank Warren doing business with BLK?
He is not directly doing business with BLK. He's offering an opponent.
So he's not doing business. So Frank Warren is not getting no percentage off this fight.
He is offering an opponent, and because of how he has his deals with his fighters, yes, he gets a percentage. But
so he's offering his fighter. He's offering his fighter to a bunch of people that has a background. That you're trying to say that Frank Warren, you could actually say is probably one of the godfathers of boxing right now.
Here's the thing.
You telling me Frank Warren is doing a mistake in having his fighter go to a BLK, a company that has a bad background.
Good luck to him. Here's my thing.
But you think Frank Warren would do that?
Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. Hold on.
You think Frank Warren would just throw his fighter like that?
Hold on, sir. We are talking about a company that a majority of people do not even know about, that's venturing into something that they have never done before. And in order for them to actually turn a profit of any sort, they have to produce a product where a multitude of people have to go on their servers in order to watch this product that is scheduled to happen on December 10th. Now, we're talking about
how many people could fit that server as well.
Hold on. We're talking about a company that doesn't even have the proper backing like DAZN has. And when we talk about DAZN, even as long as DAZN has been in business, they still have issues. Why? Because they still can't necessarily handle the bandwidth to control or to even contain all of the people that come into their particular servers at that one particular time. So now we're going to say that, hey, this Black Prime or BOK Prime is ready, willing, and able to handle all that bandwidth, ready, willing, and able to have a production team that should be ready to go as of December 10th.
Bro, you being long-winded, bro. You're very long-winded, bro.
Wow.
What I'm telling
you're
you is
long-winded, bro.
What I'm telling you is what makes sense.
You're losing.
What I'm telling you is what makes sense. So I'm asking you the questions, and you haven't answered any question that I presented to you. Okay?
I did answer the question.
Okay, so wait a minute. What makes you think that BLK Prime is able to handle this? I want to know. Let's go.
Yep. No.
You're saying I'm long-winded? Let's go. You're short-winded? Give me a direct answer.
I'll say it like
this. Give me a direct answer.
I would say it like this. I would say it like this because you just want to look at what they have done and how they're gonna get this money. If the purse is guaranteed, then I don't care what's going to happen after the fight. I don't care where you're going to get your money from because the contract is for guaranteed purse, meaning I don't have to wait for no money. My check comes right after the fight.
Okay, so you're talking about a guaranteed purse. You don't think that Showtime and they were able to offer a guaranteed purse to Bud Crawford?
Earl Spence just tweeted and Bud Crawford just said that there was no guarantee.
Both of them were offered a guarantee.
Go check Earl Spence.
I don't have to go check anyone.
Also, now you don't have to check them. You can't answer my question then.
Bud Crawford said.
So
let me get this straight. Hold on. So let me get this straight.
Hold on. No. Bud Crawford said that he was no guarantee.
Let me get this straight.
Tweeted there's no guarantee, but you
hold on.
We're talking to Al Heyman now.
Whoa. Stop.
We're talking to Al Heyman now.
Stop. Are you talking about Terrence Crawford that over the course of his professional career
I don't care about the professional career. Talk about now. Talk about now. You're going to be long-winded again. Don't give me a story, bro. This is boxing.
You're
ain't no casuals around here, my brother. Ain't no casual. You ain't teaching nobody out here.
I'm going to tell you something.
You ain't teaching nobody out here. Telling me how people make fights in boxing, motherfucker. I'm in the business of boxing. You can't teach me. You can't teach me, bro.
Hello?
You can't teach me, bro. Talk about what's happening right now. Facts. Did Bud Crawford said that there was no guarantee? Did Earl Spence tweet there was no guarantee? Yes or no? Yes or no, bro? Yes or no? I don't got no time for bullshit. Yes or no, buddy? Hey, yes or no, buddy?
Calm down, kid.
No, I'm not gonna calm down, bro. This is high energy right here, bro. I'm the thickest smoke that you ever gonna meet.
Calm down.
Fuck out of here. No calm down around here, buddy.
Calm down, my guy.
No. Bud Crawford said he was not getting guaranteed. Earl Spence just tweeted today that he didn't have no guarantee either. So why you gonna say, well, that's not what I think it is?
Are we talking about a guy in Terrence Allen Crawford who has had guarantees over the course of his professional career, and you mean to tell me that Showtime initially came to them and didn't offer a guarantee? My advice to you is to go and get in contact with Steven Espinoza.
Why is Steven Espinoza? How you know? Let me ask you this question.
What was the original? How you know
that this couldn't be on Fox?
How
many pay-per-views Earl Spence had on Showtime?
Star, what was the original conversation that was had when I came in?
Well, you came in saying that you're gonna teach some people boxing business, but the thing is, you didn't know who was in the panel. There is also people probably in the business. Maybe they have their different views. That's what you said.
They could have their different views.
But that's what you said, brother, when you came in, brother. You said that I got my, I'm going to have to show them some different side of what's business or boxing. So even I'm in the business, but I'm in the UK side. I'm letting, you and Punch Drunk Boxing, there's others who come in here which know the business. We have all kinds of people coming here, advisors, all kinds of people coming here. Today, Mauricio Sulaiman, I chopped it up with him behind the scenes. I got a pre-recorded interview, which I'm going to have an interview with him soon, again, after the convention. What I'm saying is, I understand your views and I respect them. This is a free, open channel. But another person is got his views in the business, Are you in the business of boxing?
Yes, I am.
Can you please explain us your role so we know what you do?
I am in the boxing media. I have been credentialed for multiple events for Matchroom Boxing, Top Rank Boxing, and boxing involving PBC and other local events in the Philadelphia area, DC, Maryland, etc.
Yeah.
And I have spoken with multiple people within the business of boxing, whether it's promoters, managers, network executives, etc.
Right. So you've been
Now,
in this business for a long time, huh?
for a long time. And I've spoken with other people that have been in the business for a long time.
Well, I know there's people in this panel right now, and I can vouch for this because I'm in the business myself from Europe. I will say there's somebody here that knows people close to even Al Heyman in this panel right now. So maybe you didn't know the kind of people that you were going to be speaking to, maybe maybe not.
Even if I don't know, they wouldn't know who I am once I come in.
Right.
But what I'm telling you is what has been stated through people that are directly involved with the people who invest money into these events. So when I state that for anything that was mentioned to contact Steven Espinoza, that is the person that, as we know, is the president of Showtime Sports. He's the one that really is the person that was behind getting Spence versus Ugas on Showtime pay-per-view, because he wanted to be the catalyst to try to bring Spence versus Crawford on Showtime pay-per-view. So he's the one that's usually responsible for trying to bring those big fights onto a pay-per-view platform. Now, Fox could have possibly been in the fray, but after having those initial pay-per-views that they had at the beginning of this year, each of them were producing a loss. Now, the thing about it is, as big as Spence versus Crawford would have been, are they willing to put up enough money to try to have an event of that magnitude on their platform if they feel like they're going to take another loss? Now, given they've taken a huge loss before when they were supposed to have Errol Spence and Manny Pacquiao, but since Spence was not able to be part of that fight, it ended up being Pacquiao versus Ugas.
Right.
So they took a significant loss on that.
Bro, this is what it is. The same thing that people think about BLK, the same thing people thought about DAZN and PBC. So when you see money thrown around like, oh my God, how he's gonna get this money? Same way that DAZN was paying all these fighters all this money that we thought that they didn't have that value to get these type of money. The same way PBC was paying all these fighters that type of money. When it's new money and you're going to invest in boxing, you throw that money around. So that $20 million is not like, oh my God, where are they going to get the money from? When you invest, in boxing, you swing your big dick around. That's boxing. When you enter the sport of boxing, that's what people do. Rock Nation, that's what people do.
I want to ask a question. No, I want to ask a question. I want to ask a question to TBS. TBS, where are you from anyway? Oh, in a part of America.
This is in the Washington D.C. area.
Yes, yeah, so I know somebody as an advisor. Can you hear me?
You're kind of going in and out.
Okay. Am I still in and out? Yeah. Well, anyway.
Not right now. No.
Okay, so I know an advisor. He said that Al Heyman. Hello. Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Who the fuck is that?
Yeah, I don't know, Rap Star. You were continuing to ask a question before I had a question.
No, you go ahead with your question, bro.
Okay.
Let me fix my mic.
The person stated the thing in reference to where money comes from, and he gave a few examples. So DAZN, I'm sure you know where DAZN comes from. DAZN is part of Perform Group, headed by Leonard Black-Vinnick, who has one of the biggest media companies in the world. You have Showtime, that's part of CBS, that's part of Viacom. You have Fox, that's part of Disney, who some people think is trying to take over the world. So yeah, when DAZN gets into that boxing business, yeah, they can invest that money and say, okay, we're investing $125 million or something like that over the course of a few years. And some people think that's a lot of money, but when it comes to Perform Group, that's just a drop in the bucket. They got Warner Brothers Music, they got Warner Brothers. That's a drop in the bucket. So when you talk about companies like that, yes, sure. But the thing about it is, we know about those companies and we've done the research about those companies. With Black Prime, we've done the research behind those companies as well. And when it comes to like annual revenue, they don't really hold a candle to those other companies that you're talking about. So that is why people have questions in reference to this BLK Prime and them having the capacity to hold or to broadcast an event of that magnitude.
What do you think about that, anyone? You guys in America?
I'm saying that they was throwing $50 million around. Do we think that was they've been doing boxing, but to make a big splash for BLK Prime, was Earl Spence versus Bud Crawford the event to finally throw in that paper? Is Earl Spence and Bud Crawford that fight that it's time that, okay, now I'm coming out of my pocket and invest on this fight? Yes or no?
No.
You don't think that? Okay.
No. Here's the thing, right?
Go ahead.
BLK Prime. As far as like now, this is the thing. A lot of people are heard for the first time about BLK Prime when that announcement was made. Okay. When some people did like the research on them, whether it's social media or otherwise, they have been venturing into trying to host events, particularly boxing, on their network. Now, they had an event, and their last event was around February of this year. They hadn't had anything since. And up until recently, they didn't really post on or about anything in reference to sports or anything in general since February. So from a marketing standpoint, they hadn't been consistent. And to not have a consistent marketing, platform, and then to come out and to do something like this, that kind of seems way out there.
So what?
Well, not much else. I mean, I can say with that, other than December 10th, we will see what happens.
Yeah, but that's not the big event. That's what it is. That's not the big event. I said the money that they're not trying to put 50 million on Bud Crawford and David Avenesian. They was trying to put 50 mil on Earl the True Spence and Bud Crawford. So if I'm going to invest, and this is the #1 primary fight in the sport of boxing, the world of the sport of boxing, in which the world of boxing will watch, is $50 million too much? Or that's a smart investment to a company that is trying to, after the fight, is going to have more fighters and it's going to have is going to have people glued into BLK Prime.
But what did Al say? Al said you shouldn't put a cap on yourself. Al said you shouldn't put a cap on yourself.
You mean Crawford didn't say that? Crawford said that?
Al Heyman said that you shouldn't put a cap on yourself to Al Heyman. I mean, Al Heyman said that to
okay.
Terrence
So here's the thing, right? So here's the thing. in reference to that money
Crawford's 35 years old.
or whatever, right? So let's say that they had proposed something where it was to the level of $50 million total, right? The thing about it is the way that it is set up under the model that they had for Heyman. If they had Spence versus Crawford under Showtime or Fox, they have it to where they earn more than $25 million each. That is where the hang-up would be. So even if you say, hey, so let's say like Spence said, what, okay, where's this, $50 million coming from or whatever it is like that, right? Because they try to say that they don't know the background of that particular company. Let's compare it to this. Let's say that Terrence Crawford is still under Top Rank. And Top Rank and Crawford go at Errol Spence and make something like that or make a proposal like that. They would know that, hey, that they could potentially have something like that. Why? Because they have a backing of a network that is the worldwide leader in sports in ESPN, right? So with that being said, they have the potential of making more than $50 million combined, both of those guys, if they're willing to invest. Now, the thing with Errol Spence, in his last fight, he made an upwards of $16 to $17 million.
Can you show us the proof, please?
I don't have to show you anything.
Rest my case. Rest my case.
No. Wait. Hold on. Why would I show you anything if I'm not there, if I'm not dealing with the financials? Who would show you that?
Al Heyman.
Al Heyman would show you that, or Errol Spence would show you that, or whoever Errol Spence files to. That would show you what his earnings are.
So how do you know about the 16 mil?
Because that is what was directly told to me by people who are directly involved with Errol Spence in Texas.
Okay.
See, but here's my thing, right?
Your source.
So if you have, and this is, I could bring up what, let's say, not even Floyd Mayweather Jr., right? But Manny Pacquiao. Wasn't Manny Pacquiao under the advisement of Al Heyman for his last few fights? So how much do you think that he was getting for his fights against Adrian Broner or Keith Thurman or even Yordenis Ugas?
Whatever's projected or reported, that's the only thing that we know. I'm not going to say what's reported is factual, but I just, when you said you knew about it, so I'm just asking you.
Pacquiao got like 30 mil for Thurman, right?
For who?
Thurman. I think Pacquiao got like 30. Close to 30. I think Keith got just a little over 10.
And Canelo got what, 40 million for Plant?
40 million.
He did get 40 million.
Got 10. Plant got 10. So we're talking about companies and organizations that have a track record of putting up these big events back to back to back and comparing it to a company, like I said, that not that very many people have heard of, that's even smaller than ESPN, who Terrence Crawford fought in his last event. And people expect for that particular event that he has with David Evansian to be more successful than the event that he had last year against Sean Porter.
Yeah, hit that motherfucking like button. You're hearing it from people out here.
Hit that motherfucking like button and hit that motherfucking subscribe button.
You tell him, brother. You tell him, man. They don't really support real boxing out here on these YouTubes, bro. They rather listen to a lot of bunch of fucking crazy shit. To be fair with you, has Al Heyman shown you that he's ever done bad business or not done fair business before?
Show me?
Yeah, you.
No, but people say that he's shown other people bad business.
Like, Al Heyman, is he a person who's hard to do business with, you would say?
From what I've seen, not really, but I ain't saying that he has a batting average of 1,000.
I still want to know why you very skeptical about BLK, but a man that's been in boxing probably longer than probably all of us was born. Frank Warren is dealing with BLK, so I want to know, why do you think Frank Warren will deal with such of people of BLK that has no track records, or where are they going to bring this money from? Why would you think Frank Warren will give up his fighter to
because
fight?
he probably got paid for his commission for loaning his fighter on the show.
So he already got paid by who?
Through the people which are funding the Black Prime event with them.
Oh, so he trusts so Frank Warren trusts their money.
Well, he must have done some homework and know that they got some money in the escrow account for the fight.
Okay.
They must have done. Look, Frank Warren's not stupid. He's gonna know that he does his little homework, put his attorneys on it, and then once the attorneys tell him, yeah, they got some funds, they're paying Avenesian, you can see it. They're gonna pay Crawford. If they can see those proof of funds, I think they're gonna do business.
Should Al Heyman could have done the same thing, right?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Al Heyman could have done the same thing that Frank Warren did, right?
What did I tell you?
Yeah.
What did I tell you?
Go on.
What was the thing that Terrence Crawford said that was proposed? How much?
25 million.
So you mean to tell me that they offered 25 million when their side shows you and can show you that the fight could bring or garner in more than that for both players?
Now, this is what Al Heyman
Everything
told
is
Crawford.
projection, though, in business.
Yeah, but Al Heyman did say to Crawford, he said, I don't put caps on fights. We don't know what pay-per-views we could reach. We might reach up to about 1 million pay-per-views, and that's now $80 million. So you don't know what the fight can generate. The second thing I would say is that Al Heyman is not in the situation as in what Frank Warren is.
Y'all missing out. Y'all missing out on
Let me just say this. Why Frank Warren's in that position?
I'm just adding to your information, Rab. I'm just adding to your information. Yeah. Because he not only said for the 25 guarantee, is that Bud Crawford said 80-20 on the back end of a pay-per-view. So he was willing to take 20%.
If they recovered their money.
All right then. So even if they was gonna do $1 million,
but that's gonna be hard to recover.
Should have been happy with the 80%.
But Punch, that's gonna be very hard to recover. Punch, that's gonna be very, very hard to recover in today's world when you're gonna go on a new app and try and sell a fight on a new application when Showtime already got prepaid subscribers ready on their platform. Showtime has always provided their subscribers. Now they're going to go to a next app to buy the fight, and Errol Spencer's got to go for that. When he's the A side, Al Heyman is representing the A side fighter. It's not like Frank Warren. Frank Warren's representing the B side fighter in Crawford. So he's going to now take his little money because he knows he doesn't have any power with Avenesian in the fight. But whereas Al Heyman has all the power with Errol Spence in the fight. Crawford doesn't bring the power. Errol Spence is the bigger client, and he's the one who brings the 3 belts. So for Al Heyman, he's bringing it to Crawford.
The best business. So I mean, the way that both of y'all talking is the way that I see both of y'all talking is that this fight was never going to be successful in either Showtime, Fox, nor BLK. So this fight.
But they've made loads of fights already.
No, would be.
But go on, yeah. What you keep saying, rap star?
Because what y'all projecting is, but how do we know with the money that they bring that they're gonna cover the fight? Y'all don't think that this is gonna be a success. That's why y'all talking the way that y'all talk.
Rap star.
Yes, my brother.
Bring on Thurman and Spence.
Was Bob Arum recently on record stating that the fight between Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford would have been easier to make if he was still promoting Terrence Crawford?
Yes.
Okay. Why did he say that?
But what do you mean? Bob Arum said that?
Yes.
Bob Arum said that the fight would have been made if he had representation.
I like how you said that. You like how
I said that?
I like how you said that. But he also added that he worked with Al Heyman in order to make Wilder Fury 2 and Wilder Fury 3 or Fury Wilder 3 or whatever you want to, bill it. Right? Because of the relationships that all the parties had with not only the fighters, but the promotional companies and the networks in order to bring it to the point where it became a big event all across the board.
And one thing we have noticed, it'd be nice to see fighters take fights in their own hands, right? The boxing, it's the boxing science I'm speaking to, right? Is that your name?
The Boxing Source.
The Boxing Source. Now I'm going to say this to you, bruv. I'm going to call you TBS. So TBS, the way I look at it, it's nice for fighters to try and take business into their own hands. But one thing we have noticed, fighters who don't know how to represent boxing properly and try and do the business and the fighting normally fail. Because when they take it on their own hands, they're not businessmen like that. So sometimes they can hear big numbers, ching, 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 but it could be attorneys that they're not comfortable with. There's a lot of things that's going to go on in business that you got.
Interesting that you say that.
You don't think by 35 years old and
but I understand
this much years, but Crawford.
But a quick fight at that quick space of time.
Hold on.
What happened to? Let me just say, what happened to Mickey Bay and Tevin Farmer, bro? They went and tried and represent a fight somewhere else, and the whole thing came and backfired and eating them both.
Yeah, that shit fell through.
That shit fell so bad because now they're not people which have got security insurances in place. Every single detail has to be done at the best of the best. And what did Errol Spence say? He said, "My people are the best." That's it. He said, "My people are the best in this business."
So why Adrian Broner? Why Adrian Broner isn't be okay?
Because Adrian Broner probably isn't in Errol Spence's position. Who's not obligated his contracts properly. Probably hasn't even done his.
But he said
Adrian Broner let himself down, bro. He let himself down.
But he said his people is the best.
Yeah, but his people are, but they're not for Adrian Broner anymore because Adrian Broner is not the best to himself. Adrian Broner is not best to himself, so nobody cares.
Maybe if you have these fighters fighting enough, they won't slip to the side.
Adrian Broner let himself down in big fights, constantly losing. Yeah.
Rap star. Let me tell you about Terrence Crawford. He's a guy. Look, he's a great fighter. I love him as a fighter, but when it comes to business, he is not that good. Now look, I
won't say he's not that
he has
good.
Locked down the most guaranteed purses in the
the boxing source. He doesn't have the track record. He doesn't have the track record. That's all it is.
I gave him.
He doesn't have the track record of what?
Of doing boxing business by himself without promoter.
Nobody gave him a lot of money, and when he had his fights, I didn't turn a profit. Look, I could have given that money to somebody else. I could have given that money to Canelo Alvarez, or fuck it, I could have bought a bunch of houses in California. But no, I invested that money into Terrence Bud Crawford.
That's what Bob Arum said. Win. That's what Bob Arum said.
Did Crawford win?
No, that's what Bob Arum stated.
No, I'm saying did Crawford get paid?
Yeah, he got big.
You said did Crawford win? Yes, he won because
All right,
he
then
got
that's a
paid
good
that
businessman.
guarantee.
That's it. That's it. He's a good businessman. That's it. He won. I don't give a fuck if anybody loses. Anybody loses around me.
I see what you're saying.
Oh,
Did he lock in the most guaranteed purses in the welterweight division?
For himself, yes.
He locked in one of the biggest guarantees that anyone in the sport of boxing has. If you take out Canelo Alvarez or Anthony Joshua or a couple of heavyweights, outside of that, the person that had the highest per fight guarantee was Terrence Crawford.
Okay. So it was a good bit. He got his guarantee pay.
For fighting just about anybody.
But he got more.
More than a lot of people, yes. But
then that's a good businessman, right?
Now his hang up is after everybody that works in the sport of boxing knows what his track record is, they're not willing to pay him that same type of money unless if you have someone.
So how much he's gonna get paid? How much he's gonna get paid this fight?
We don't know yet. We have to wait until what gets reported to the Nebraska State Athletic Commission.
Okay, and how much was reported for Earl Spence purses?
For his last fight, reported to the Athletic Commission, to the Texas State Athletic Commission.
Yeah.
His guaranteed purse there was $2 million.
Okay, there you go.
And plus pay-per-view.
And other things. So
how much was that 16 million you said comes from?
Sponsorships, promotion, pay-per-view back-end money.
Let's talk about boxing. Sponsorship could come. Bud Crawford could be sponsored by a car wash. That's not our business.
Right, and Errol Spence got sponsored by OnlyFans, right? Well, at least that's one of his sponsors. Oh wait, can I say that on here? Oops, too late.
Let's talk about 16. Maybe Bud Crawford got sponsored as well, but we're not trying to see who sponsors him. Anybody could sponsor. You could have like 15 sponsors, just like fucking George Kambosos. Had like fucking 9 sponsors.
I love how you mentioned that. I love how you mentioned who you mentioned. You mentioned George Kambosos Jr., right? Okay, he had 2 fights against Devin Miles Haney. What was reported as far as what George Kambosos Jr. was paid? What was the report?
The report 10, but it was 5 when they filed for the suit.
Okay, there you go.
So there you go. So you're proving my point that you're saying you're saying 16 mil. Nobody has ever heard Earl Spence make 16 mil in one fight. Nobody. You're the first person in boxing today that said that Earl Spence made 16 mil in one fight.
That you have heard.
All right. So you're the first person that publicly have stated that Earl Spence made 16 mil off one fight.
I'm the first person that you have heard about Errol Spence making 16 million for the Ugas fight.
Okay. But the commission reported 2 million.
That's right.
And his pay-per-view numbers was what?
What is that? Over 220,000 for the pay-per-view. Okay. So you go from a percentage split off that with your Dennis Ugas.
What was the split?
What was that, around 50-50?
Okay.
That was reported, right? Okay.
Nah, you the insider, my brother. You the one with the Texas team. You got. I don't want to know what's reported, because we could just Google.
Hey, listen. Well, hey, what did you? Yeah, you
we don't want to Google.
Right?
We want to hear from TBS.
Hey, listen. What I get from the Texas State Athletic Commission, you could also get. It's all there. All you got to do is request it from them, and they'll provide it to you.
I know you said 2 million, but you stretched this thing out for 16 mil. So hey, people. So do you agree? Do you agree that when you sell 200,000 pay-per-views, that's a success?
In reference to what they have initially paid for those fighters, then yes.
Okay.
You gonna take that direct laser?
For example, much earlier in the year, right? You had a Fox pay-per-view between Keith Thurman and Mario Barrios.
I'm gonna make. I gotta make a video out of this. He made 16 mil.
You can make as many videos as you want.
I gotta make a video out of this.
Listen, you can make as okay. Wait. So listen, you can make as many videos. You can make as many videos as you want. You can laugh as much as you want. How much money total? How much money total did Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao make for their fight?
Man, that was like 300,000.
I don't know. Sometimes you hear Floyd Mayweather said 300, 500,
It's like
800.
300 mil. It's 300 mil. What do you say is 300 mil?
The
last time that Floyd Mayweather spoke about he said that he still haven't got all his money from it. He's still collected from pay-per-view.
Right. But that's how some of those deals are made.
No.
Now, it's not that much different than what you have for Canelo Alvarez and Gennady Golovkin for their recent pay-per-view.
Well, that
they
makes
get
sense.
back in money.
And
they also get sponsorships.
Aren't NBA contracts like that? Like they're paid over a period of time? Is that how they do the pay-per-view money as well? Like something like that? Like
What you say, NBA contracts?
Yeah, they're paid over a period of time, right?
Usually they are. I mean, it just depends on how the Players Association had their deal worked out, because that thing changes a lot, especially with the network deals.
I think I was.
Let's say Andy Ruiz probably made $20 million fighting Chris Arreola.
Well, because
he did 250 pay-per-view box
for the opportunity. Well, I mean, that depends. Let me check something real quick on that, because you're saying Andy Ruiz Jr. and Chris Arreola, right?
Mm.
Okay. For that, let's see, because I forgot what their pay-per-view price point was.
I thought theirs was like 130,000, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, I didn't think it was that much.
That could be the Luis Ortiz and Andy Ruiz.
Yeah, maybe the Luis Ortiz thing.
So they say also that Bud Crawford and Sean Porter, they're close to 200. It was reported 190. So let's say 200 then. 200, then probably Crawford made a good maybe 12, 14 mil, you could say.
Ruiz versus Arreola, they say the Fox pay-per-view was at $50.
That fight was that the $39.99 one?
Yeah, around $39 or $49.99, something like that.
I think it was $39.99. I don't know. Yeah, it was that. I remember
it was around that.
That was on Fox.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. I remember because I paid for that one. Yeah.
Well, Mike Coppinger said that the Andy Ruiz Jr. Chris Arreola PBC on Fox pay-per-view generated in excess of 125,000 buys at $49.99, and the final number could approach 150,000.
Damn, that kind of sucks. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, if we're getting it for $40 and you're selling 150.
Yeah. So, wait.
So we'll see. I think Bud Crawford. I think Bud Crawford. He's fighting in a college football state, Omaha. He's gonna fight December 10th, Heisman night as well, just like the top ranked.
Teofimo Lopez in MSG.
Yeah.
So, but he's gonna do good on the gate. Bud Crawford. We don't know what the ticket is gonna be, but he's gonna do good on the gate. Hopefully he does well. Probably
it's going to be tough, Punch, because a lot of people are going to want to watch Teofimo Lopez.
I'm going to be watching.
That's
a bad day. That's a fucking bad day for them to fucking go on the app.
Good point.
I'm gonna pay.
Crawford's going to get outshined by Teo. I'm telling you.
I think so too. I'm going to pay for it though.
Yeah.
Oh, I got another question. for those that are on the U.S. side, right? This fight is scheduled for December 10th at the CHI Health Center in Omaha, Nebraska. Thing about it is, at that same date in Omaha, Nebraska, they're supposed to have a concert of sorts that could take a good chunk of the crowd that they're trying to get to go to this fight card. So that's going to be another challenge, like I said, December 10th, CHI Health Center, and we got to see what those ticket prices are, and we're going to see how it goes. But
I want to know.
Did you read the tweet when Bud Crawford said, "So if it's true, then when we were supposed to fight, where and what date?"
In reference to what, what original? What did it come? Did it come as a reply or a retweet or what?
I think
no. You haven't watched Earl Spence and Bud Crawford go at it?
Yes, I have. But the thing about it is like I've seen a couple of them, and
now there's more.
Hold on, let me see if I got.
Yeah, I'll put it up. I'll put it up. Yeah, I'll put it up.
I don't think he replied to that one though.
Read from here. Read from here.
What time? All right,
read it from here.
Oh yeah, so I seen that, right? So you go after that. Okay, he said, "I have a strong team. Why would you think your team was going back asking why I want this, why I want that? Put it in the contract. Yeah, y'all thought y'all had one. You do, and we gave you everything you asked for. 3 things that were already in the first contract." Which is kind of interesting that they put in the term contract in their posts or their tweets.
Exactly, when there was never a contract.
Well, if there was never a contract, but that would be from both sides, right? So the thing about it is that if there's a contract, that means there was something before that, right?
The offer sheet.
Offer sheet or term sheet. That's right. So if there was an offer sheet in a term sheet, then that meant whatever was offered, regardless of what happened or regardless of what the figures were, it was accepted in some capacity if there was a contract. So if that is the case, then a contract was drawn. It was constructed by the lawyers representing Errol Spence and given to the lawyers that were representing Terrence Crawford. So think about it is like, if they got that particular contract, then why is it that they would be going back and forth, and then while going back and forth, this particular thing happened? So that meant that if Terrence Crawford is actually fighting David Evangian, then they constructed a contract or they had a term sheet going towards the party of David Evangian.
Right.
Also, Rapstar, while David Evangian was supposed to be under or scheduled to fight in November.
He was scheduled to fight months before this.
So did they pay that guy step aside money, the guy that was fighting David Evangian? Have they paid him step aside money to cancel that fight to go into the Crawford fight?
You don't got to pay step aside money. That's not mandatory.
I think they had to buy out their contract in that fight, right?
Remember, the official signing of a contract is the week of the fight.
Okay.
So no step aside money needed to be close to that person.
But I think Blue said he had to pay somebody. I can't remember who. I got to go back and watch the video. I think he had to pay somebody.
Depending, I mean, you will pay. What you will pay is you will pay them the money. Let's say they already went into camp. So you pay them you pay them money, for their expenses with their time.
That might have been it. That might have been it.
Okay.
Or time in reference to their trainers, their conditioning coaches, strength and conditioning, who they're going to put in for training partners, sparring partners, that type of thing, travel, miscellaneous expenses, those type of things go into like what happens before the actual fight takes place.
Yeah, and the end of the day, the Twitter back and forth does nothing like for a boxing fan like me. Like at this point, it has to be Al Heyman. For me, it has to be Al Heyman because if even Earl Spence on his tweet says I didn't have to sit down because I already agreed on whatever, then Bud is talking about the negotiations with Al. Bud is talking about the hedge funds that Al knows. You know what I'm saying? That so it's between this is really between Bud Crawford and Al Heyman.
Well, and that's what's claimed. But here was another thing that was stated before all of this back and forth, right? Yes or no? Did Earl Spence Jr. say that? Oh, that's pretty much to the extent of, oh, that's all good. I'm going to spin the block, right? Mm-hmm. Now, here's going to be something, and this is like for hypothetical purposes or whatever it is. Okay, say Terrence Crawford goes forward with this fight with David Evanson, and has the guarantee, whatever the reported guarantee is or whatnot, and gets paid that, right? They're going to get the information or the numbers for that particular fight that he has with David Evanson. And if he gets paid that $10 million guarantee, he's going to be expecting around that figure or much more than that figure against Errol Spence. I have doubts that they're going to go north of $10 million for a guarantee with Terrence Crawford if that fight between Crawford and Evanson does not do well at all.
I don't think this fight's going to happen anyway.
At all? You don't think the fight's going to happen at all?
Which one, David Evanson?
No, Spence.
Yes, Crawford. No, Crawford. It's not.
The way that they're going at Al Heyman, and if Earl Spence is loyal to Al like that, I don't know. Now it's a 50-50. Well, I think the time that people was optimistic about this fight happening was this summer. But I was very pessimistic for years that this fight was never going to happen. But I'm back to that. I don't think this fight is going to happen. But now, knowing how Crawford's team, when Adam, Crawford publicly have stated the negotiation process with Al Heyman, in which nobody has ever really laid it out like that before. Can Al Heyman trust Bud Crawford in not leaking out things and things of that nature? Because we've seen.
And here's the
Frank
problem
speak as
too.
well, bro. I haven't heard Frank speak for like half an hour.
Here's the problem too.
Speak, bro.
Right? Here's the problem with Terrence Crawford, right? In reference to this particular instance with Al Heyman. The crazy thing is that Terrence Crawford has had dealings with the lawyers that represent other fighters that are advised by Al Heyman over the years. Not just Sean Porter, but Amir Khan, and he had one other one. I keep forgetting it. John Molina. So, and I think there was one other one too. I think Felix Diaz was also advised by Al Heyman. So they have had multiple instances where they have dealt with Al Heyman in some capacity. But for this particular instance, there's a problem. That's pretty strange to me. So
I was just thinking though.
So after all of this, kind of like clears itself out after December 10th or 17th or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Then we'll see if they actually do revisit having this particular fight.
All right. Yeah. Respect to that. And let's get Frank to get it off. Yeah. Go on,
Frank.
I
was just thinking that who was the first to start negotiating through the media? Because to me that seems like a loss. Like, isn't that the rule of negotiations? Whoever speaks the first or the most loses. And it seemed like it was Crawford was the leaks, right? Putting out that he wasn't getting a fair shake.
Yeah, the way Crawford's acting, Frank, he doesn't want this undisputed fight because he's burning all bridges and relationships and integrity behind the scenes. So he knows he's not getting this fight with Errol Spence. He don't want it.
But the first leaks about it was unfair. Was that Earl's side or Bud's side?
Here's my question in reference to that, right? Like when we first initially heard about the fight falling apart, Where did it come from? Or which side did that come from?
Crawford side, no? Yeah.
Right. So here's my thing, right? That was initially the first reports that came out. And then when it was announced that Crawford was fighting David Evasion, he made a statement that was stated to Mike Coppinger, or at least a couple of statements, right? And in some of those statements, he said that, oh, he contacted or he was talking with Errol Spence and Al Heyman in June. And in his Instagram live, he states
He
that,
said May. He said right after the Spence fight, he got into negotiations with him.
right. But what was stated to Mike Coppinger was that they talked in June, not May. Also, he said that when he was ready to go, that Errol Spence could not be found. So I'm like trying to figure out, was Errol Spence not able to be found, or did you talk to Errol Spence like you said in the Instagram live? I'm just trying to figure that out.
Yeah, because the fight kept getting announced. The breaking sources, it was for, what was the first time it was supposed to be? October?
Like,
November 19th.
No, October. They said October.
No, I don't think it was October because Boots was supposed to fight in October, so I don't think they would have made it.
Nah. It was supposed to be
in November. Yeah, it was November, and then it changed
November
to December.
19th, because you already had.
So that's Earl's side that's breaking that, right? They're the leaks on that, announcing it, trying to put pressure on him, right? I mean, if you're thinking logical.
No. Because there was no way the fight was going to be taking place in October because they already had fights scheduled.
Well, Errol Spence stated, yeah, I want everyone to look, right? He stated, if he's not telling the truth, tell Terence Crawford to post the draft or the provisional. He's even telling him, post your shit. Like, Errol Spence is telling Crawford, if I'm not telling the truth, then post what we already sent you to show how much we negotiated in your favor. So look at that, though. He's calling Crawford out now. Because don't forget, when I went live, these guys have been going at war at each other, back and forth. So now I'm catching up with the Twitter. Errol Spence told Crawford, just put the draft up, man. Stop capping. So how about that?
Yeah, post the draft.
Put it up, because right now, you've already told all this stuff. Now we want receipts. And guess who's got receipts? Terence Crawford. Put the receipts up, because Crawford's come up. So now he should put the receipts up then.
The moment he started talking on live, I knew it was
going to be bad business. He's got to back it now.
It was going to be bad business.
Is he going to back it? He ain't going to back it.
Here's my thing, right? He was talking about the thing in reference to the BLK Prime and the thing as far as like up front and talk about they'll pay us the thing up front and also, you know, the 80-20 on the back end. And he said, you know how these folks do, man. You know how they don't buy pay-per-views and they have the
he's fighting on BLK for $40, bro.
And he said sneaky in this. He's not telling you.
He said
Crawford sneaky motherfucker.
And he said that Errol Spence told him, man,
I got a fire stick too. I wouldn't doubt that Spence said that. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't doubt that. But I'm saying, like, yo, if you're talking about you fought on ESPN and people couldn't find your fight on ESPN, why would you go fight on BLK Prime? I think it's a troll, bro.
He's just trying to make a buck. Can't hate the man for that.
Oh, I mean, I can't.
No, I know.
He said, "Hey, catch me on BLK Prime. If you ain't buying it, you's a hater. But if you is buying it, then well, it is what it is."
You are a hater if you don't buy it.
That's sick.
Oh yeah, he did say that.
He is robbing the bank, bro.
He did say that, bro.
He's robbing the fucking bank.
So why did Spence say he was reading some cue cards?
Hey, let me tell you what he said. He said, if you don't help me rob the bank, then you guys are haters.
Well,
Hey,
if you look at the live, he kept looking to he wasn't looking.
He kept looking to his left.
Yeah, he wasn't looking directly at the camera, and like his demeanor, bro, he was smiling the whole time. He wasn't as serious as he should have been.
Yeah, he should have been a little more somber for my liking.
He should have just shortened. He should have just sorted that message out. But
I didn't even think about it like that. He should have been like, man, you know what? I really tried. I'm sorry. Shed a little tear.
But listen, I felt that it took too long. So there was this group here on BLK Prime that offered me this money, and I said, you know what? Why not? I'll take it for fighting David Evasion. Hey, if you want to rehash this thing, reference to this fight, then we'll do that after I fight David Evasion. And he could have left it out like that.
I said the same thing. His approach should have been different, but he did it.
Yeah, see, you know what, man? That makes a lot of sense when somebody says, like, man, he trying to just really fuck this up by just trashing them. Just shut the fuck up.
The thing
and fight
is,
your fight. Why are you trying to?
That got me was when he was trying to say BLK Prime and he messed it up twice.
Was he stuttering after the L?
He was stuttering.
Like you just had one letter to go. Like you had one letter. He was like BL.
And then he went. And then he started laughing.
Yo, I fell to the floor.
So disrespectful, bro.
The only thing I side with the people who hate PBC is they mentioned something. Well, why'd they have money for Canelo? I don't know. Why did they? I mean, I get because he can make it, but I mean, they should have something for Crawford, right?
Oh man. Oh.
I mean, why is Crawford the only one who's so difficult in the situation?
Listen, if you don't buy the, hey, listen, man, y'all better not stream this thing. If you don't buy it, then you're a hater. Okay.
Yo, and then another thing, you got people out there saying Wilder did 75,000 with Helenius, right? If Wilder did 75,000 with Helenius, do they really think this Crawford fight would even get close to 25,000?
But how much? Let me ask you this: if I said a percentage, now let's remember this: no boxer or no person is gonna ever tell you the truth if it's gonna make them look bad. Crawford's not gonna tell you the stuff that's gonna make him look bad, is he?
No, he's not.
He's only gonna tell you what's gonna make him look good.
Yeah, as he should.
Right now, if he's gonna say this, and Errol Spence says to him, "Put the draft out, stop the cap, put the draft out, bro." So then Errol Spence is calling him out because he's the one who came on this shit, right? So now he's come out and everybody heard him. It's good that everybody heard him. Now Errol Spence is saying, "Put that draft out, bro." You know what I mean?
I don't know if you guys saw my comment, but I heard Jay-Z was a part of one of these hedge funds.
That was one of the things that was initially rumored.
And so
was that Jay-Z was the factor into Crawford going into this deal with BLK Prime.
And when he said Al told him, "I'm not letting anybody touch that fight," I was like, okay, I can kind of understand, you know what I'm saying? Jay-Z is possibly a hedge fund, you know what I'm saying? That motherfucker sued Al. I can understand him saying, yeah, I'm not letting anybody touch this fight.
I'll be like, I ain't letting Jay-Z touch this fight.
Well, yeah, anybody else, but that motherfucker right there, he's
that
not
guy right there. Oh yeah, I'd be like Samuel L. Jackson. Oh hell no!
Nah, you can't make a dime on my fighter. You try.
Man, oh man, well, there was like a few other things that had me going, but it's like.
Yeah, this depends what team you're on, Team Bud or Team Spence.
Being the person that I am, I call Spence.
But realistically, that fight is not going to sell. It's going to sell 40,000 pay-per-views. I mean, realistically, how many is it going to sell? Like, without being a hater.
That's just going to flop, though. Like, it's going to flop.
25,000? Like, realistically.
I think it does. Maybe it might do around that.
25.
There's no major promotional entity putting that fight out there. Like it's all from
Hold on
YouTube.
a second. You know what? That reminds me. I need to do a social media update. Let's see here real quick. What is this? Okay, BLK Prime Boxing. Let's see how many. Okay, they got over almost 5,000 followers.
Yeah, but it's not like you're gonna get the truth about how many they sold anyway. You can't get the truth about PBC numbers.
I got more than that followers on fucking Rapstar. And I'm not even
man. And we need to have a Rapstar Boxing Network. You know what I'm saying?
And
I should have offered fight to Crawford and said I got 8,000 followers.
You can fight over
Hey, listen. All you need, what is it? For purse bids, all you need is what, 10% down or something?
Yeah.
So yeah, man. Hey, we need a Rapstar Boxing Network, buddy.
That'd be great one day if a real YouTuber can have an event and the event goes through his
YouTube channel.
That'd be massive.
Hell no.
Crawford, I got that 10 million. Come to my app.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now let me ask you this: how confident are you guys that this December the 10th, which is within 8 weeks, will Black Prime gonna be hosting a world championship fight for the WBO? Terence Bud Crawford, the #1 undisputed of not fighting Errol Spence. But anyway, that's another story.
See how you set that up.
Yeah, but
Right.
well, no, what I'm saying is undisputed 140 champion, and now welterweight WBO champion is fighting on an app. How many people are gonna buy it? How do you think it's gonna go? I mean, what's your logic on this? How do you see it going?
Shit, man, we just said like 25K.
Really?
Yeah, man.
Well, how the fuck you think? Well, they're trying to be smart by saying 39.95, but it ain't about the 39.95.
They think lowering the price will help sell the fight, but that's not really the case when you're dealing with a network that's smaller than ESPN.
No, fuck that. It's about Bud Crawford. How many real Bud Crawford fans are there out there?
Well, is he an attraction as well? Yeah.
Shit, he's only an attraction because his name is attached to it'd be like David Benavidez trying to put a pay-per-view on against the guy he was gonna fight, Iskateki. That's what it'd be like. The only reason Benavidez, I'm gonna attract that vampire, but he's only relevant because of his name attachment to Canelo. That's what Bud Crawford is. He's a name only. He's like what's a group that couldn't sell without being a group, you know?
Well, he did that. Well, Crawford did that with Thurman when Crawford moved up.
Hey,
he
the
was
boxing source. Do you have the video on your laptop?
What? Which one?
The Terence Crawford interview.
Or you mean the IG Live?
Let's play it for the world.
Oh no!
Let's just play it in it. Let's just see. Let's analyze body language. Let's see how it really went again.
All right.
I want to see it.
Listen, in the U.S., the moment you ball your fist up and you got an open hand, and then you start putting them together, you know.
you just do the clap.
The moment you do that, and you start smiling. You're bullshitting.
Let's see it. Let's see it again. I didn't. You know, that day, I watched it quick because I had to go live.
I hope this thing works. Oh my god. Let's see, man. Wait. Where's the? That's the clip. I need the full joint. All right, here we go. Yeah. This got to be it. Let me see if this works, man.
TBS, do you do local fights in DC as well?
Yeah. There's supposed to be the rescheduled card.
Dusty Hernandez, right?
Scheduled for November 19th. That was supposed to have. That's going to have Dusty Hernandez Harris.
Crawford is the David Lee Roth of boxing.
Because I stay in Maryland. I just switched gyms. I was over at Sugar Ray, and I just moved over to Rec Mode.
Crawford just never crossed over. I mean, even amongst hardcores.
That gummit is this thing. Damn.
Everybody's saying play it, dude. Who wants to watch the interview?
Right,
Do you guys want to watch that interview and analyze the Terence Crawford when he came out to let you know about his side of the story?
If you break it down, I mean, that's the only way I can look at. There were certain things that didn't make sense to me, but that's just me.
Just play and stop. Then we play few minutes and then
hold on a second
and play it again
what
like
the
that.
Hell?
Yeah, Frank.
Oh bullshit!
Frank, are you on your laptop, Frank?
Yeah.
No, man, I'm on my phone.
Fucking Chrome.
You know, another thing that told me this fight wasn't going to happen this year. Keith Thurman was supposed to be at the Ugas fight, and he missed his flight. So I think Keith would have most likely been in the ring after the fight, but because he missed his flight, he wasn't able to do that. And then they had, like I told you before, they had the Ugas Spence fight scheduled to appear in 2023 on their YouTube page. And they only do that 4 months before a fight even happens.
Hold on a sec.
Well, let's put it this way. How confident is everybody in the chat that this fight on Black Prime is going to 100% happen on December the 10th? Or do you think it could be one of these embarrassments like Triller with Teofimo Lopez?
Not even close, man. Not even close. Who is Bud Crawford? Teofimo does more numbers than Bud Crawford.
Let me ask the chat. Do they think that this fight's going to happen on December the 10th? And then are they very confident? Yes.
Dude, Teofimo sells out more than Bud Crawford. What are we talking about?
It's going to happen.
It didn't happen, did it?
Hey, rap star. Yo, I'm going to try something, and then I'm gonna come right back.
Yeah.
Right?
Rap star. Teo did 4 million views on ESPN. He sells out Madison Square. Is it the big room or just the... He does Heisman. You can't even compare the two.
So people are saying it will happen December the 10th, but it'll be a flop.
I haven't been in the Garden.
Teofimo could do 40K pay-per-views on ESPN Plus right now.
Oh, wait. So in the Garden, they have 2 different buildings, like, inside of... For real?
There's like a small ballroom and then...
Or the Hoodoo Theater.
Like Katie Taylor, they sold out the actual Garden, right?
Yeah, I think that's what they did.
Yeah.
Like Berlanga, he does the... when Tito used to be popping, they do the Puerto Rican Day thing at the Garden, I believe.
How much does it take to sell out the Garden?
Like 16,000, right? 16,000. Dude, but who is Bud Crawford? If we really think about who Bud Crawford is, I mean, yeah, he's pound for pound, he's a great fighter, but that don't sell, bro. I'm sorry. When's the last time he fought on free TV?
Damn, that's a good question.
Like, think about
but they got Adrian Broner now, and they might be getting Demetrius Andre.
Ooh, I don't
Who
know
the fuck is gonna buy Demetrius Andre?
See if they know about that.
Demetrius Andre's family don't. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm gonna upset Punch.
Too, right?
Yeah, but how can you put a guy on an app that is not gonna sell like Demetrius?
Right, but
what can Adrian Broner do now?
I don't know.
10K.
I don't know if he moved the needle or something, but I think with Broner though, I thought it looked like he pretty much like burned his bridge with Showtime and stuff. You know what I mean? When he missed that bout against Figueroa, and it was mainly he claimed mental health, but if y'all see,
I think that was the money. It was the money.
See him now, so you know what that was.
He didn't want to fight Figueroa. I don't think he was getting as much money for fighting Figueroa as he would for somebody else.
Even if it was the thing with money, look at him. He wasn't going to make that fight.
He wasn't even in shape. He's still not in shape.
Thank you. So,
hey, listen, he's just thinking how he can scam this quick money.
No, that's what I said.
Hey, yo. The banner Can we talk about the banner real quick?
Yeah, look how cheap that banner was in the hotel, bro. Look how there's creases on that.
That thing got Wait, how you have creases and it's still wrinkled?
Wait, TBS, didn't you and Rachel went over this, right? On your channel? I think I was in there that day.
Who?
You and Rachel Donaire.
Oh, no. That's somebody else. No, I ain't know Rachel Donaire, no.
No, look, let me say this, bro. Black Prime might be trying, but they've never done the game before. They've never played a part like this. So there's gonna be a little few hiccups. They got Adrian Brown in a hotel with a quick creased up Black Prime. Yeah, look, things are gonna happen. They just got into the game. They're not being no players.
Yeah, but you would have to be a little more astute than that to, everything's about presentation. If anybody ever worked in a business, when you go to when you go to retail, when you go to Nordstrom's, do you expect it to look like Dollar Tree?
Look at creased up.
Hey, Rapstar, do you see something else in the queue?
Yeah, I see a fucking porno. Stop playing it.
No, what?
No, yeah, I see something. I've added it. What is it? All right, let's play it.
What's up, everybody? About to get ready to go live.
That country bumpkin.
It's that shit right there.
All right, let him talk and then stop it. Let him talk and then stop it.
I didn't even notice. He's rehearsing. He's
everybody got to be quiet so that other people can hear it.
Come on, Brad.
He's waiting for people to get in.
He looks uncomfortable.
There's somebody behind the camera standing
into it.
Oh, man.
What's he doing? Oh, he's getting his cue cards.
Yeah.
He's like fly.
All right, so listen, y'all.
Laughing, trying to be fly.
I'm about to give it to y'all raw and uncut. I started talking to
Hey, can you guys rewind that laugh? Because that laugh was so tricky, like he was gonna tell you something like.
Didn't he laugh? Isn't that Kawaii laugh?
That
like
laugh,
awkward
that laugh was something that
just look at the hands. Just look at the hands.
I'm saying he's nervous.
Okay,
he's nervous.
The hands are gonna tell you everything.
All right, so listen, y'all. I'm about to give it to y'all raw and uncut. I started talking to Team Spence, I would say, and Al Hammond and them about May.
Can we stop it right there? Can we stop it, Rapstar?
Go on.
Okay. Now he said, who was he talking with? Is just him? Did he just show up by himself? Because what I seen, he had 2 sets of lawyers, or he had one at first and had to go get a new one. Just something to know.
Al Heyman them.
Just going back and forth, they sending me a proposal with the interest of a Spence and Crawford fight. We didn't get a contract until August, and it was just kind of like a regular contract. It wasn't nothing. It was initial proposal. It wasn't even a contract.
Stop it there.
It was a proposal.
What?
So he's had the contract since August, September, October. He had the contract for 3 months. How long does he want the contract for?
It was
so
like
he's had it since
months, whatever. It was a couple months. But Al Heyman them. Good point, Jevin.
Anyway, let's play it.
Yeah.
And Spence, Crawford, the intentions of us fighting. Okay, so we going on the basically the negotiations of what a contract would look like before we actually got the actual contract. Al goes in to saying a guy that I don't know, never represented me, not affiliated with Team Crawford, have no whatsoever place in Team Crawford's, stable, representing me in a contract which I have nothing upon that I agreed to. So basically, that was a standpoint of what the contract would look like.
Can you play that part back? Because that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, that exactly.
That
whole
shit
part
confused me. Like,
make no sense.
Okay, so we going on the basically the negotiations of what a contract would look like before we actually got the actual contract. Al goes in to saying a guy that I don't know, never represented me.
So who is this guy?
Affiliated with Team Crawford, have no whatsoever place in Team Crawford's, stable, representing me in a contract which I have nothing upon that I agreed to. So basically, that was a standpoint of what the contract would look like. So basically, I'm talking to Al, and I'm like, Al, come on, man, I don't even know this guy. How can you do that? And he's like, well, the guy stated he's a part of your team, and what?
How can you do that?
And
I mean, but he's getting black.
Going back and forth. I was a good dude, man. I was a, charming guy. He's a cool dude. I kind of like talking to him, but at the same time, Spencer's our guy. I'm not. So of course he's gonna do what's best for, his fighter, his guy.
Well, you knew that, Bud, before going in.
Any other manager / advisor would do. He would do the best for his fighter. So, me and Al, we talks on the phone, I get advice from other guys in PBC. They tell me, be careful, make sure the deal is right. They tell me, make sure you don't get fucked. Just normal things from guys that's in they stable that I'm friends with. I honestly can say I'm friends with. So, we going on and on, and of course me and Al, we going back and forth about, the numbers. We not going back and forth about anything else. We just going back and forth about the numbers. All in all, I have two companies, that reach out to me that, wanted to give me and Spence $25 million guaranteed. $25 million guaranteed up front. So a real guy like myself, I call Spence. Hey, bro, look, listen, you know what I mean? I got this company that's willing to give us $25 million a piece, guaranteed. What's up? What you gonna do? He like, 25 million, what about the back end? I'm like, dude, listen, if they make their money back, then we get 80-20. You know what I mean? It's simple math. I said, man, we got people all still in the fight. They got the fire sticks. He laughed. He like, man, I got a fire stick too. I'm like, see? I'm like, man, ain't nobody really buying, pay-per-views no more. I said, man, we get this upfront money and we good. It's a no-brainer.
I'm sorry, y'all, but every time he says, yo, bro, I got a fire stick too. Come on, y'all.
You know what I mean? But one thing about me and the difference between me and the difference between Spence is I'm really my own boss now, and he's not. He got to go through Al. He got to go through, his team and ask them if he can do certain things that I don't have to no more. Yeah, I might have had to when I was with Top Rank because I was signed to Top Rank and they was my promotional company. So of course I had to go to Top Rank and ask them to get me this fight or do this for me or do that for me because I was obligated to do certain things by their standard because I was signed to them. But now that I'm a free agent and I'm free to do whatever I want, I'm the one sitting at the table. I'm the one that's you know, talking directly to these high individuals. Errol Spence not talking to, you know what I mean, Terrence Crawford about the fight. You know what I mean? Errol Spence wasn't at the table. Errol Spence can't tell you or show you a contract that, you know what I mean, says Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence, you know, that he was there on the negotiations of. He can't do it, you know, so he had to go back and ask Al for permission, you know, if he can, you know, take this big chunk of lump sum of money to fight Terrence Crawford, which he didn't call me back, so I proposed it to Al. I hit up Al. I'm like, Al, listen, you know, man, I got this big hedge fund company out here, you know, they claim they know you. Not one, but two. Not one, but two. You know what I mean? Two companies willing to put 20 plus million in both of our pocket, guaranteed. Al tell me straight up, I'm not letting nobody touch this fight. Like, all right, cool. But I'm like, why? He like, why would you want to put a ceiling on yourself? Why you want to put a cap on yourself? I'm like, well, that's not putting a cap on myself. If this company is taking a risk, then, you know, high risk, you know what I mean, high reward. If that's the case, you know, I can't seem to see a fight that's been doing millions, you know, since Floyd and them. So, you know, that was an altercation, you know. I asked Al, I said, since this fight is dragging on with me and Spence, and we can't get things together, why don't I come out and meet you with my lawyer and we just wrap it up? Just me and you and my lawyer. Al said, you know, his mother was, you know what I mean, not doing too well, and I honor that and I respect that. You know, family first. I'm a family-oriented type of guy, so I know what it is, you know, to, you know, put your family first. So I'm cool with that. But then again, you know, as negotiations still drag on, and I had stated that I wanted to fight in this year, I asked Al again because we seemed like we wasn't getting nowhere. So I asked Al, I said, Al, listen, why don't you get Spence and you, since you his representative, and I'll get myself and my lawyer, and we just make this fight, you know what I mean, anything we gotta do, we can do it right there and sign, seal, deliver. And Al told me straight up, that ain't never happened in the history of ever, where two fighters sit down at the table and they come to an agreement and they get a fight made like that. Not even Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao. So I'm like, okay, well, it's the first time for everything. I never heard of a fighter ever taking zero guarantee in a fight. I never heard of a fighter of a 4-rounder taking 0% of a guarantee. That is something that's new to me, but that's something that I was willing to do to make this fight happen. You know, a lot of people, you know, they say, oh, well, Terrence, you ducked, or Terrence, you did this and you didn't want to fight Spence. I'm the only one that was taking all the risks. You know, I told him, all right, cool. I take no guarantee. I take, you know what I mean, the less end of the money. You know, whatever it is you want, I take it, because that's how much confidence I got that I'm going to beat that man. That's how much confidence I got I'm going to beat that man. So, you know, even though I know I was getting fucked in the long run, I just, you know, wanted a little transparency. I said, okay, if I'm gonna bet on myself and I'm gonna go against all the odds, then I wanna, you know what I mean, a little transparency. Of course, you know, I wanna be able to write off on, you know, things that's gonna affect my check. Of course, I wanna see if the numbers add up to what they telling me. You're not gonna go in. It's just simple to me to think that a person will go in a business with a person 50-50 and this person would tell them, well, you got to give me 50% down and I give you 50%. And then you say, oh, well, I'm not going to tell you how much we really made, but I'm going to just give you this. You just got to trust me. Come on now. It don't make no sense. I never was offered a guarantee, not once. I never, you know what I mean, was given anything. But here, you want this fight? We gonna fuck you, and then, you know what I mean, you got what you want. But, you know, that's how much confidence and faith I have in myself. You know, I took it all. I took it all. I took the risk. You know, big risk, big reward. That's how I look at it. And I believe in my abilities, and I believe in myself. So I'm like, it's whatever. You know, Errol Spence, he can't say the same. He can't say the same. You know, he on audio, saying Al Heyman go make sure he's good. He's in the best position to win this fight. Of course he is. He supposed to. You know, you got everything surrounding you to help you. You know, so people mad at me because Al told me if I don't take this fight, he's just gonna go and Errol Spence gonna make 8 figures. He's gonna make 8 figures without me. So basically, he telling me, well, you take this fight or leave it, or you got nothing. Basically, because we've been dragging. So when I don't know, like, the type of caliber of people that he been dealing with or they been dealing with, but I'm not the type of guy to just sit on my ass and sit on my hands for no man to feed my family. So you mad at me for taking a fight with a tough opponent. You know, you may not know him, but he's a tough opponent for a bigger purse, a guarantee that I wasn't even gonna get. You crazy in the head. You crazy in the head. So now here we go. You know what I mean? Back to square, you know what I mean, one. Like, what do you really expect? You expect me to be disrespected, ran over, stepped on, and just sit there and just take it? That's crazy. That ain't even my style. See, me personally, I wasn't even gonna say nothing because I'm not the talkative type, and y'all pretty much know that. But sometimes, you know, you gotta say what's real. You gotta say what's on your mind, and you gotta stop letting these people just do what they want with you. A lot of people say, well, did he ask to see Bob Arum's books? Did he ask for transparency with Bob Arum? No, I didn't. You know why? A lot of y'all probably don't even know why. But I was signed to Bob Arum. I wasn't my own boss. I was given a guarantee on every single fight that I fought for Bob Arum in Top Rank. That's the difference. That's the difference, you guys. So if you guys can't understand that, then I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you, you know. So I stated that I want to fight this year, and that was my thing. I wanted to fight this year. So we going back and forth, numbers, boom, 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 boom. So the transparency part, you know, that was the dragger. Where was Errol Spence at? I didn't hear Errol Spence. Where was the tweets? I didn't hear the tweets. I didn't see the tweets. Where was this guy at? He was under a rock. If you a real one, like you say you is, like the truth, you'll come out and tell the truth. You tell the truth, buddy. Come on, man. I called you and told you, listen, got this bread on the table, man. What is you doing? What is you doing? You not your own boss, my dude. So stop saying that you your own boss. Stop saying that you the truth and you this and you that, but you gotta answer to a lot of people, my dude. You gotta answer to a lot of people, and I'm not knocking that. I'm not knocking it. You know what I mean? It is what it is. They got you to where you is now. They got you to where you is now. But, you know, I don't know. I'm just saying. But like, when you look at it, a lot of people say, oh, well, why you didn't fight Boots? Or why you didn't fight Ortiz? Well, them names that never came up. I would have fought them names in a heartbeat. Come on, man. I'm the best fighter in the world. Who you think I am? Who you think I am? I'm the best fighter in the world. I always fought in my mandatories. I ain't never ducked my mandatories. But, you know, yet and still, I hear through the grapevine, Spence is about to fight a guy that he promised and he swore that he wasn't going to fight, which is Keith Thurman. Now, I don't know how true that is, but that's what's floating around. So, what's up with the trueness with that? You swear up and down that you're not gonna fight this guy. You don't care what nobody say. Now you about to fight him. So that means you was lying, buddy. But you know why he gotta fight Thurman? You wanna know why, fans? Because of the money. It's all about the money. Come on now. He not gonna make that much money fighting Ortiz or Boots. Come on, man, it's obvious. Who Spence gonna fight besides me that's gonna make, you know, $20 million? Nobody. I don't know. But I'm gonna tell y'all like this. I don't know how truthful it is, but you know, Floyd say, you know, he's the spokesman of PBC and he's our right-hand man. We done heard that on numerous occasions, and Floyd came out and said that the fight wasn't happening in this year. So, y'all mad at me for going to get a bag? When did that ever happen? Y'all mad at me for going to get a bag? Come on, man. We're going to turn up with BLK Prime. You know what I mean? We're going to do our thing, man. We stepping up to the plate, man. They turning boxing around, man. All the biggest fights, you know what I mean, going through them. You know, they the new wave, you know? Hey, giving these fighters, you know what I mean, they just do. You want to fight this guy,
worst salesman ever.
Make it happen. It's simple, you know? But, hey, my intentions is still the same. After this fight, Spence, you know what I mean, successful. I'm successful. He said he gonna spin the block. Then let him spin the block so I can drop him off where he's standing. And that's just how I'm gonna keep it. It's just that simple. He spin the block. We're gonna be ready for whatever. And y'all fans, y'all can, you know what I mean, chop it up and edit it and put it however y'all want and try to change the narrative or my words. But December 10th, you know what I mean, tune in to BLK Prime. Black Prime, baby. We in the building. Tune in, y'all. If y'all don't, you know what I mean? Y'all some haters. If y'all do, you know what I mean? It is what it is, man. Support the kid.
They always say me.
The worst salesman I've ever seen. I mean, look, he came out for a long time, though. How long was the interview?
That was 21 minutes.
He's a worst salesman, though. He goes, come out to BLK. BLKP crime. And then he started laughing. Oh, man.
Hey, but quick shout out, man, to Jevin 1007. He was saying there a while back, he said if Bud wanted the fight, we would have the fight. Devin Haney made sacrifices to be undisputed. I love that comment because Devin Haney did what he had to do in order to say that he wanted to be undisputed. Years ago, Floyd Mayweather made concessions in order to have the fight with Oscar De La Hoya. But you had Terrence Crawford that made the claim that he said he accepted the shorter end of the deal because I knew that I could beat that man. Well, if that's the case, then the contract should have been signed. We should have a fight between Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford, and we do not.
That was crazy. All that talk, and he was like, just basically saying that, you know, it's not his fault that he's taking this fight with David Avenesian. It was basically the excuses for him, or should I say some of it's the truth, but it's because he wants to say that, look, that's why he's fighting David Avenesian. So support him with the David Avenesian fight and basically just support him. You know what I mean? It's not his fault. So you can't blame Terence Crawford, is what he's saying, that he wants to get the bag. Terence Crawford says he wants to get the bag, and you can't blame him because the business didn't go in his boss ways.
But here's the thing that has me questioning that, right? And I know that, you know, there was a person on here that was really adamant about this whole thing about BLK Prime and the money and that type of thing, right? Terrence Crawford has boasted that he is a free agent, that he's his own boss. He has been a free agent since November 20th, 2021, or probably technically November 21st, 2021, as it was, you know, late. But either way, right? BLK Prime has been in existence for a good amount of months now. So if they have the money now, they would have had the money then. So why is it that they didn't approach Terrence Crawford with that particular offer to fight David Avenesian or anybody within the welterweight division when they were out there? Why now? We could go on their social media and we could see that they have, you know, posted or they've done fights in the past and they attempted to try to do more cards, but they never pulled off. They were never able to pull it off. So now they want to have something with Terrence Crawford involved. Okay, more power to them. But my thing is, if y'all were in existence for this long, why didn't you approach Terrence Crawford with that particular offer initially? And yes, I've heard from a person that is involved with BLK Prime, and I would propose, or I would have posed the same question to him as I posted here now. If BOK Prime has been in existence for as long as they've been in existence, why didn't you approach Terrence Crawford initially with this?
Right, let's go to the people in the back of the background now. We got the Clubinator. What's happening, Clubinator?
Yo, what's up? Oh man, I was seeing the other side for a second there, man. I almost passed away just because of how boring it was listening to Crawford talk for like 10 minutes.
I mean, you saw the whole interview on Rapstar Boxing again.
Yeah. Oh man, I saw the whole interview thanks to you guys. But unfortunately, I almost saw the other side. I almost lost the will to live just because Crawford. Oh yeah, every other sentence, and he's folding his hands, he's clapping his hands. I mean, people don't want to hear this stuff, man. People don't care about this shit. You know what I'm saying? People just want to see the fight. If the fight can't happen, we want to hear from you coming out your mouth. What's next? What are you gonna do next? Hype us up, man, because your career is at its tail end. So you gotta hype us up to with what's to come. I don't want to hear about
Did Crawford help? Did Crawford help with the Black Prime promotion?
No, hell no. No, because nobody wants to hear about, like, from his mouth, right? Nobody wants to hear from his mouth. Oh yeah, guys, come out, guys, Black Prime promotion. Nobody wants to hear that shit. You know what I'm saying? Want to hear like, oh yeah, I'm gonna come back stronger. We're gonna come back stronger. We're booting for Boots and Virgil Ortiz. They didn't say that. He's like, oh yeah, Ortiz and Boots Ennis. Those names were never mentioned. And this is coming from a guy I love, Crawford. I like him as a fighter. I actually met him at Gleason's gym a few years ago.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I
is
met
he
him.
Dry as his personality that he is? Is he got? What's he like?
He's a chill dude. He's just like you see him in the videos. He's really chill, slow talker. You know what I'm saying? But he's a monster in the ring, man. He's a monster in the ring. I did a few rounds with him a few years back. And he's a monster in the ring. He's an absolute crazy, bro. The amount of drills that he does. I saw him hitting the speed bag, and he was doing things on that I haven't seen anybody else do. So he's an absolute workhorse. He's a monster, and I think he's one of the best fighters on the planet. Which is why it's disappointing to hear this type of language coming out of his mouth. Oh, it's just a bit. It's not what I want to hear as a boxing fan. What I want to hear, like, what we want to hear as boxing fans is not the promotion side. Oh yeah, this promotion, that promotion, PPV buys. Man, you think I care about that shit? I just want to see the fights. I want to see the fights happen. And if Spence Crawford ain't happening, then what's the next fight that's happening? Oh, okay, you're fighting Avanesian. Okay, say less. Well, I'm either gonna watch it or I'm not gonna watch it, or I'm gonna wait till your next fight. But don't
so
give
he
me
didn't
this
really
whole
sell
spiel.
you the David Avanesian fight. Terrence Crawford didn't do a good job in promoting Black Prime. He didn't do a good job in actually selling the David Avanesian fight either, no?
Nah. With what he's saying, like if I was him, I'm like, okay, we couldn't get the Spence fight. I'm gonna blast David Avanesian out of here, and after that, we're gonna see what we can do to take over the welterweight division in another way, and tune in to see me, because it's the takeover. We're gonna take over the welterweight division another way. We're gonna leave no stone unturned. We're gonna give Spence no way out. After David Avanesian, that's it. So you better tune in, because it's the beginning of an uprising. Like, you could paint it any other way that would be more exciting than just saying, oh, I spoke to Al Heyman, and it just didn't go the way I wanted to, and this and that. And I didn't duck. I never said no, but then again, I did say no. So it's just a whole rigmarole, and nobody wants to hear it. Whether it's true or not, whatever you believe, I don't care, man. You know what I'm saying? Spence took Crawford took Spence. It's Al Heyman's fault. It's Bob Aaron's fault. I could care less. I just want to see the fights, man. I just want to see these dudes like do something.
Well, the way that Terrence Crawford's talking now, with trying to expose Al Heyman, talking about Errol Spence. Errol Spence came back and said, "Talk less, put the contract up."
Yeah.
Errol Spence went online and said, "Look, forget all the talk now. Just put the draft up, put it out what you got, and let's show the speculate what's it called stipulations. Let's show the pay-per-view. Let's show how transparent the contract was." Errol Spence basically calling Terence Crawford's talk. So
Hey,
is Terence Crawford
shout
gonna
out.
pull out the receipts? Is he gonna put the contract, the draft up?
Shout out to Jay Santiago by putting up that question. Why Bud not fighting Virgil, Boots, or Thurman? Yeah, if Bud Crawford is, this free agent, if he's this boss that, he claims he is, then he should be able to say, hey, if he got this money for Errol Spence, then he must have some money for, a Keith Thurman or Jerron Boots Ennis or Virgil Ortiz, right? Because, fans would love to see Terence Crawford versus Keith Thurman, or Terence Crawford versus Virgil Ortiz Jr., or Terence Crawford versus Jerron Boots Ennis. But
yeah,
David Evangian, yeah, okay. Hopefully you don't share what is on the queue. Somebody made a meme of sorts there, but I'm not sure if you see that rap star. Yeah.
Yeah, man, Crawford didn't want that Thurman fight because he had that Thurman fight on the table twice.
Crawford ducks.
Yes, he did.
Crawford ducks Thurman.
He
Crawford
did have that
ducks
Thurman
Thurman,
fight
bro.
on the table.
He ducked it.
And Thurman did go on the Instagram live.
Crawford ducked Thurman, bro.
Jamie Mitchell, and stated that,
that's fact.
Hey, he wanted to go ahead and have his fight with Mario Barrios, and then he would have said that, hey, we could get it on and get in the ring, and it would be next. But Terence Crawford didn't really, tread that water.
And that's why I said Crawford could have fought in October. That's why I said Crawford could have fought in October. Because what's 8 months from February? October.
Crawford could have fought in May, June, or July. His last fight was in November. If he stated that he was a free agent, if he's his own boss, he could have went to somebody in Matchroom. He could have went to somebody in Golden Boy. He didn't just have to go over to PBC. He could have had somebody. They could have conjured up the guy at David Avanesian during that particular time. Why? Because David Avanesian, wherever it was, at the beginning of the year, he was under order to face Virgil Ortiz Jr. in the WBC Eliminator. That didn't happen. Virgil Ortiz ended up fighting Michael McKinson, right? That was supposed to be
Avanesian backed out. Avanesian backed out the fight.
Yeah, Avanesian backed out the fight.
He sat on the contract for 2 weeks before the
he sat on the contract, right? So if Bill K. Prime was around at that particular time, hey, maybe you could have offered that same fight, Terence Crawford and David Evangian, earlier this year. So we could have already had that fight out of the way. Because if you had this $10 million for Terence Crawford now, you've had it for him months ago. Yeah. That's my hang up. That's my issue. Is because if you're going with a company that, okay, let's say they do have this money. Okay, cool. Then why is it that you didn't go ahead and make that move in order to have that fight and get that out of the way? If you said that you wanted to have a fight this year, go ahead and get it out of the way. Then you would have been in the clear for a fight against Errol Spence.
And the other problem we got here is that this was an undisputed fight. It was an undisputed fight. Mm-hmm. It was the biggest thing out of the welterweight division. And at this point, He started off laughing. Did you see how Terence Crawford was laughing?
Rap star.
Yeah, he was laughing.
Rap star. We're talking about legacy fights, right? Okay.
Yeah, legacy.
Aren't we almost in the verge of potentially having a 2-division undisputed champion potentially in Alexander Usyk?
Yeah.
And given what Alexander Usyk has done in the cruiserweight division, and given what he's already done up to this point in the heavyweight division, his resume blows Terence Crawford's off by a country mile. And that's before he even could step in the ring against Tyson Fury.
Yeah, that's facts.
Terence Crawford has had fights against, yes, Yuriorkis Gamboa, Felix Diaz, John Molina, who else?
Ndongo.
Julius Ndongo. Before that,
Ricky
Victor
Burns.
Postol, Ricky Burns. Did you fight Julius Ndongo? Your fight for undisputed was against Julius Ndongo. Okay. That is your fight to become undisputed at 140 pounds. We could name multiple fighters within recent memory that have been at 140 pounds, whether they've been undisputed champion or not, that have a better resume at 140 than Terence Crawford.
I can say Danny Garcia got a better resume. I can say Josh Taylor's got a better resume.
That's right.
I can say that right now there's a lot of 140 fighters.
Timothy Bradley had a better resume than Terence Crawford.
Yeah.
At 140.
Yeah. People bash on Josh Taylor, but his undisputed run at 140, I think, was better than Crawford's undisputed run at 140.
No, but the thing is,
Regis Prograis is better than anybody Terence Crawford has faced at 140 pounds. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, 140, he fought Victor Postol as his best opponent. Victor Postol lost to fucking everyone after that.
That's probably his best win.
Victor Postol. He lost to everyone. Victor Postol lost to everyone after that.
But it's probably Victor Postol is Terence Crawford's best win. But Josh Taylor has wins over Regis Prograis and over Jose Carlos Ramirez.
Yeah.
Punch saying man's being biased.
Punch says we're being biased? Oh, shoot.
I don't know. He's saying that somebody's being biased. But yo,
now
man,
I know his angle.
Terence Crawford's got when it's all said and done, yeah, people ain't gonna remember none of those fights.
140 has always been mid.
Terence Crawford got a weak resume, bro.
Check out
crazy.
Timothy Bradley's
That's crazy.
resume.
Yeah.
Check out Danny Garcia's resume. His wins over Amir Khan, over Matisse. Well, I can't count the Peterson thing because that was North
Kendall Holt.
Yeah, Kendall Holt.
That was a good opponent at that time, bro.
You know, so you've had that. Yeah. But 140 pounds has actually been underrated. Actually, currently, right now, the 140-pound division is probably one of the deepest divisions in boxing.
Yeah.
You know, so that's the thing. But yeah, like you had that particular resume at 140. You go up to 147 pounds. You fight Jeff Horn. You fight Benavidez Jr. You fight Amir Khan. You fight Regis Cavaliauskas. You fight Kell Brook. And you fight Sean Porter. And most of those fighters were pretty much past it. We know that Amir Khan and Kell Brook were past it.
Yeah.
Sean Porter had been competitive in a number of his fights, but he had already lost to Errol Spence years before.
Look, it's a difference is the boxing source, yeah. Someone in boxing told me this, a trainer. He said, when you're a champion going into a fight, you're a different kind of fighter than when you're at the end of your fight going in as a retirement fight. The Sean Porter that went in with Errol Spence was a champion-minded mental state Sean Porter. He wasn't going out for nobody. The Sean Porter that came in for Crawford, when the time got hard, him and his dad had a plan. They were ready to come out the game. That's a different mental state, mindset of a fighter. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy because, you know, after that fight, it's like they were just saying, "Hey, we've seen stuff like that. What Sean Porter was doing in preparation for the fight against Terrence Crawford, that said, hey, that this is pretty much going to be it. You know, that you're going to give it that quote unquote old college try, because he had already, you know, fought for all the other belts. He had, you know, of course, won the IBF belt, lost it to Kell Brook. He won the WBC belt, lost it to Errol Spence. He, you know, had his fight against Keith Thurman, lost to Keith Thurman. So all he had left was that WBO title to try to go after. And he wasn't successful there. So it was like, I mean, if I can't, you know, beat these top guys in the division, then what am I doing? You know, he didn't do what Danny Garcia did. He didn't move up in weight. He just called it a day. You know, so that's the thing. And now with Terrence Crawford, it's like, okay, you have your shot to kind of like prove yourself in the division, prove yourself that you could be 2-division undisputed champion and cement your legacy as one of the greatest fighters ever. Ever. And you didn't want to do that.
Well, I'm going to say this. Do anyone else want to speak, or does anyone want to have free smoke, or does anyone else want to speak? I'll shut this stream down. Cool for a week on these streets out here. Speak in the background.
So you cutting out.
You're cutting out.
Anyone else? Somebody else want to speak in the background? And if anybody wants free smoke, I'll send the link. Crawford's looking weak out here, bro. Crawford's looking weak out here, bro. Who wants the smoke? Who wants that motherfucking smoke, bro?
I think
Crawford's looking weak on these streets.
I think there's something in the queue.
Who wants to speak, bro? Crawford's looking bad out here, man, trying to show that he's a big boss, a big businessman. And at the end of the day, he's just interested in business, no legacy out here.
Yo,
no legacy, bro.
I think Spence did himself a disservice by saying he'll never fight Thurman.
Yeah, a number of people have said that.
Crawford.
Errol
Spence is the truth. Errol Spence, everything he told you is what he does. Errol Spence sent the contract since fucking August. Terrence Crawford's been wanking on the contract. He's been going back and forth, wanking, playing with himself.
No, but to the guy's point.
And let me tell you something. Keith Thurman's going to step up, and Keith Thurman's going to fight Errol Spence now. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, we bringing that W back to St. Pete's Gym.
Crawford fucked it all up, bruv. He just wants that money. He said he just wants the money, man. He don't want to be a legacy guy. He just wants that big bucks.
He's just in it for the money now, Rapstar?
Of course he is. He wants big bucks first. Listen, he knows, right? Errol Spence told him, fucking original fucking stuff. Than you were getting with David Avenesian. But Crawford wants guaranteed. Pulled himself for guaranteed quick bucks. He was going to make that money with Errol Spence, bro. Crawford would have made that money with Errol Spence, bro. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. There is no way that they would have given Crawford a contract and he ain't going to make that money. He's making money. It was just not good enough for him. He found a quick, easy route. And what did Errol Spence say, bro? Errol Spence said, this motherfucker's speaking right now when 2 weeks ago, when he was signing his contract, he didn't say nothing then, did he? Now, all of a sudden, Terrence Crawford's speaking because he feels guilty. Yeah, he's trying to sell that fight with David Avenesian. He's got to prove himself that why he's fighting David Avenesian, bro. Ain't no motherfucker interested in that David Avenesian fight. Everybody rather watch Keith Thurman versus Terence Crawford. Fuck that shit.
Yeah.
Everybody rather watch Keith Thurman versus Terence Crawford. Nobody wants to watch that David Avanesian fight. Now, everybody's going to say, oh, but Terence Crawford's got to get his business right. So this is how he's going to make the fans feel sorry for him. Is that he said, I've got to get my business right. I'm getting that guaranteed money. Let me feed my family. You can't hate on me. So now, if you're going to be happy for him to get his business right, then just be happy for every fighter to get their business right and fuck the legacy. That's it. Keep the same energy for everyone. If you're going to keep that energy for Crawford, keep the same energy for everyone, bro. I'm keeping it real. Keep the same fucking energy for Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury is fighting Derek Chisora. I don't want to hear nobody hating on Tyson Fury. He's getting his... Listen, he's getting his money right. Just like Terence Crawford. What did Terence Crawford say? I want to get my money right. So just be happy for Tyson Fury to get his money right. When Tank Davis doesn't want to fight Ryan Garcia, let Tank Davis just get his money right.
Oh, don't worry. Tank Davis is definitely getting his
money
right.
If you're going to be happy for Terence Crawford to get his money right, then he had a motherfucking contract since August. I don't want to hear no shit, bro. If this man believed in legacy and he said, my name's Bud, I want all the smoke. Yep. Man, the only thing he's smoking is medical marijuana in California. Because they don't give you no good marijuana in Nebraska the last time I checked.
Hey, look.
Listen, Bud Crawford, if he really wanted that legacy, he would have trapped himself into a deal and he would have done his best. He would have earned the same money or more money than he's getting with David Avanesian, bro. You fighting the best welterweight in the fucking world. You fighting Errol Spence, the truth, who's got the WBC, the IBF, and the WBA. And then you're fighting David Avanesian, who's been beaten up by Lamont Peterson, and then he's been knocked out by fucking Kavalaskis. I don't want to hear no bullshit. This geezer, David Avanesian, is a European level fighter. Yeah. And now we're here to fill the pockets up of Terence Crawford. Terence Crawford needs to get his money right.
His money right. If they keep trying to get their money right, there's not going to be no money in boxing left if they keep doing all this getting my money right, because they're losing fans. Fans don't want to see this shit. You think I give a shit about Crawford versus Avanesian and whatever Spence is doing next? When I got Chocolatito and Estrada, actual active real champions coming out. When I just had Hiroto Kyoguchi fight Taraji literally just yesterday, and nobody talking about that shit. And we're out here talking about, fucking Keith Thurman, who just fought Mario Barrios, is gonna fight Spence, and I'm supposed to be excited about that shit. Fuck out of here, man. I'm done pretending.
More excited about that.
This shit is garbage. This shit is garbage. Let's talk about real champions. Let's talk about how Bam just vacated the WBC champion, and Chocolatito Estrada are fighting for that shit. Jesse Bam Bam Rodriguez ducked these men. So you know what I'm saying? There's big players making moves in boxing right now, and if Crawford and Spence don't want to make those moves, they're gonna get lost. They're gonna get lost in the noise, man. That's the way I feel about it. I'm done with it, man. I'm done making excuses. I'm not gonna coddle Spence's balls. Oh yeah, but he's fighting Thurman. He's fighting Thurman though. He's fighting Thurman. What the fuck, man? You you think I'm gonna work my ass off week by week, and I'm gonna go home and yeah, man, I can't wait for that. No, man, that fight ain't as good as it was gonna be years ago. So I'm not gonna pretend. I'm not gonna pretend, bro.
No, but let me tell you something. See that Furman fight? That Furman fight is still way bigger and better than Avanesian fight.
Oh hell yeah. It's actually
Ain't nobody fight. Give a fuck about the Avanesian fight, bro. At least with Keith Thurman knows how to sell a fight. Keith Thurman's only loss is to Manny Pacquiao, and maybe it'll be a better fight. The way I look at it, Keith Thurman fight is way better than Avanesian versus Crawford.
Yeah.
On Black Prime.
On Black Prime. You gonna watch that rap star on Black Prime?
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I'm gonna be able to find Black Prime first, if the app even exists in England. Let's see if I can even find the fucking app. And do I want to put my pounds? I hope they don't fucking take my credit card detail and sell my fucking details. I hope they don't fucking sell my credit card details and my bank account gets wiped out by Black Prime.
Hey,
Before I know it, I put my bank details into Black Prime, and the next minute, before you know it, bruh,
they take your
my
money.
account, I told them to take $40. The motherfucking Black Prime took $400.
$400.
I'm starting looking for Desmond Tutu.
Hey, yo, that shit happened to me, man. A few years back, I bought some gloves from Russia, some boxing gloves from Russia, and they were like $200. I look at the end of the week, they took $2,000, and I see on the transaction they were using it to buy anabolic steroids out in Russia. So that shit might happen to you out there, man.
Man, I don't know, man, but Black Prime, I'm gonna use a pre-ordered, one of them cards that I buy from Tesco's, like you have Walmart. I'm gonna go to Walmart and buy like one of these Tesco cards, like you go to in America, you go to Walmart, right? I'm gonna go Sainsbury's and get myself one of these prepaid credit cards, and then go on Black Prime.
Yeah.
No, I'm only joking, bro. I don't know, man. I mean, look, if Teofimo Lopez is fighting, bro, I mean, it's tough, man. Teofimo's going to be fighting ESPN. There's going to be British cards on the same day Terence Crawford's going to be fighting, bro.
You rather watch Teofimo Lopez versus Pedraza?
I mean, that's a fight that I'm going to probably be watching because of BT Sports.
Yeah.
So am I going to buy Black Prime? No, I'm going to YouTube Black Prime. I mean,
YouTube it. You might have to YouTube it, man.
You know what I mean? I don't know, But listen, at the end of the day, respect to Black Prime for them to do what they do. You know what I mean? As far as I'm concerned, though, I mean, Tip Bayless, people still hating on the Thurman fight, but look at the other guy. He's fighting Avenesian, Tip Bayless.
Yeah, that thing was horrible. Even Hawker Mustang is saying, Hawker Mustang in the chat, he says boxing is losing its fan base, guys. He's right, man. He's right.
Yeah, but I'm not going to lie. Yeah, respect to Terence Crawford. But what Terence Crawford is showing the young population and boxing is you got to get your bag right. Fuck the legacy. Boxing's full of fucking ups and downs behind the scenes. So you know what? It's just we're selling a whole new environment. And like, what did Terence Crawford say? Get ready for the new wave.
The new wave, yeah.
The new wave. The new wave is we're fighting nobodies. We're going on different streams now. We're doing what we got to do. Fuck real fight.
So he's going Jake Paul route. He's going Jake Paul route. Well,
he's not going Jake Paul route, but what he's doing is saying, look, fuck this shit, bro. It ain't going to work for legacy. There ain't no... For Terence Crawford, he ain't involved in legacy no more with the way that he's speaking. He can't do business with Al Heyman and Errol Spence anymore.
There's no money in legacy for Terence Crawford.
He should just fight Deji or whoever that dude Mayweather's fighting out then.
Well, maybe Terence Crawford... Maybe Terence Crawford just knew that he could lose to Errol Spence and it's over.
You think he was scared?
I don't know. 35 years old, he's going to be 36. Where's he going?
Yeah.
Go on, Punch.
Do you think there would have been more?
You click to get a quote today.
Yo, Punch.
Yo.
Do you think there would have been more of a guarantee in a rematch?
Yeah, if he had won. I mean, don't forget, Terence Crawford, he had a rematch, I'm sure. Even if he lost, that's why he never said nothing about the rematch.
So do you think that could have been
Crawford would have had a rematch even if he lost? Who's playing that music, bro?
I don't know.
Who's playing that music?
Oh, that was me. I mean it.
Come on, man. You're going to get me flagged out here, bro.
Hey,
you're going to get me flagged out here, bro. Come on.
Hey, man. What was that? That Carl Thomas was a sub or...
Hey, yo, I will
only Terence Crawford ate the boxing sauce.
Yo.
Terence Crawford.
No.
Terence Crawford's got a good deal out there right now. And as far as he's concerned, he's saying support him on his deal. And he's got to feed his family. Now, fuck all this shit. He's saying support him on his ride. Okay. But let's go to Punch. Punch, what's happening?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so he's saying support. Terence Crawford is saying support him on the Black Prime adventure. How do you feel about Terence Crawford telling you? Did he sell it to you? Did you feel connected to him? Did you feel connected to Terence Crawford when he was telling
Hey,
you?
yo.
Terence Crawford.
I connected to him. Hey, yo.
Yeah, because it's Black Prime, bro. And he's telling his brothers and all that in America, support him on this shit.
Was
Black Prime, baby.
How many views did Buck Crawford did in his IG live?
Oh, it was up to like 7,300 something.
I'm saying right now, how many boxing content creators loaded up the same interview? I mean, the same live.
All of them.
Oh, pretty much all of them.
Damn near all of them.
I'm talking about from big media, small channels, everybody in the boxing world.
Yep.
When Buck Crawford said, "I'm going at 10 p.m." every single boxing content creator, independent, tuned into Buck Crawford for a straight 20 minutes. Right?
Yeah.
That's for and look, Buck Crawford's not even a talker. For him to talk. See, when people say, "Oh, these fighters, social media, they got these followers, they got likes, and this how they," if he could generate that attention, so why doesn't the boxing fans watch him fight? Y'all ready to watch him talk? Watch him fight.
Hey, you got a point. Check this out, right? Like y'all watch him talk, y'all don't watch him fight. You know, the fight with him and Amir Khan didn't bring out good numbers in the box office. The fight between him and Sean Porter underwhelmed in the box office. But yet you got somebody that doesn't really talk, that's undefeated, that a lot of people in the boxing world criticize because he kind of like weight jumps here and there. But when it comes to his fights, they are events, and his name is Gervonta Tank Davis. When you talk about his fights against Yuriorkis Gamboa, his fights against Isaac Cruz Gonzalez, and then recently, or I'll add Mario Barrios to that, but recently in the Barclays Center against Rolando Rolly Romero, that was an event. And you mean to tell me that someone that doesn't even talk that much, and Gervonta Tank Davis, could pull out a gate in Barclays Center that is even better than Deontay LaShawn Wilder? That tells you something about Terrence Allen Crawford.
Should it tells us something about Buck Crawford? Should it tells us something about the boxing fans?
Well, yes, that's one thing too. But that's the thing about boxing fans that has been boxing fans for years, is that the main criticism is, as you say, they don't go out and support these fighters.
So should we support Buck Crawford and his BLK Prime and venture?
Me, if it was me, and I had this time and I had the schedule, and if we didn't have another event happening over in New York City, then yeah, I would probably go over to Nebraska. Yes, in December. Yes, in Omaha. And be there, whether covering the fight or buying a ticket. Because even though I cover the sport, I also am a fan of the sport, and either buy a ticket, buy the pay-per-view, or support the fight one way or the other. That is what's needed for the sport of boxing in order for it to grow. You can't have something like a Terence Crawford who, yes, has the accolades. Yes, won a world title at 135, won the undisputed title at 140, WBO 147-pound champion, but he doesn't have sellouts outside of the state of Nebraska.
That just makes your champion look bad. And that translates into the fight.
But yet you got somebody in Levante Tank Davis
but you know what?
Really
but
unified.
think about it. I'm sorry, my fault.
Never unified. 130, 135, 140. Never unified. But
now
yet
what you was
could pull the amount of people that he could pull. Man, that tells you something.
look fighters. There's fighters that get underpaid. There's fighters that they said been overpaid. There's fighters that there's been events where over exceeds the expectations, and fighters get paid less than what they were supposed to be getting paid, and then everybody else in the outside capitalize off that event. For example, I was the same way I am with Earl Spencer, Bill Crawford. I was the same way with Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor. Amanda Serrano, they was giving her less than 100,000 to fight Katie Taylor in the backyard of Eddie Hearn and a co-main to Povetkin and Dillian White. I said, hell no. They should. This is the biggest fight in women boxing history. I said she's a 7-figure fighter. Everybody says, well, she never even made more than 75,000. How she's a 7-figure fighter? I said there's money in the pot. This is boxing. 99% of the people, media folks, was telling me, where's the money gonna come from? You just don't give money away. You just don't. Women don't make. I said of an event like this, there is no way that this is a $1.2 million pot. No way. No, Amanda Serrano never made this kind of money. I said she's a 7-figure fighter. Even when I had Amanda Serrano and I was interviewing Amanda Serrano, she said, I'm good with 500,000. That was her ceiling. I said, hell no, you a 7-figure fighter. Forward to Madison Square Garden. She got 7 figures. Katie Taylor got 7 figures. $2 million in the pot. MSG went sold out. Also, one of the most viewed DAZN fighting events ever.
That is one of the candidates for fight of the year.
Now, how much money? Now, Amanda Serrano got her $1 million. They fought in New York City. You know she's coming home with probably like 600,000 or 500,000. Same way Katie Taylor. Katie Taylor resides in New York, right? She got to pay New York tax. So let's say both of these ladies didn't even pocket $1 million, right? How much you think Eddie Hearn and Jake Paul made out of a sold-out Madison Square Garden crowd and the most viewed and the brand subscription to DAZN? How much you think they came off with? And now you tell me that these ladies made good money. What they made? Did they make fair money? Did they make money that this fight generated?
They need more events like that. I wonder how much Katie Taylor made for her recent fight against, what was that, Karen Carbajal or something like that?
Yeah.
You know? But even with that fight, Taylor Serrano, I'm still like upset that I couldn't make it to that fight.
There's a business strategy in boxing that the business, from managers to promoters, make the fighters feel like they're not worth it. As soon as a fighter knows exactly how much he's worth, and as soon as the fighter understands how much the budget is, and they hire an attorney, a boxing attorney, or they hire a manager that could get into all these numbers, guess what? They turn into Mikey Garcia, and they turn into Andre Ward, and they get in battles with these promoters. These promoters don't want these fighters to know exactly how much money they actually really generate or how much they really worth. So it's easy to lowball these guys. Yeah, as soon as somebody knows their offer, they know their value. That's when there's a lot of pushback in boxing.
Yo, I'm gonna I was at that fight that Mikey Garcia had in Texas, you know, with Jesse Vargas. And
it was at the small theater at MSG. It wasn't the big theater, you stupid idiot. Jake, I'm talking about John McSmith. Oh, that was in the big arena, you dummy.
Big arena. Yeah, it was the big arena.
Listen,
it's not a Hulu theater, you fucking pussy.
April 30th, you had that fight.
Johnny's called you out. If you want the link, let me know.
Versus versus Shakur Stevenson. I could have went to either one of them fights, and I missed them both.
Damn.
And that thing with Taylor Serrano, that was an event, right?
Yeah.
And I missed that. But yeah, back to the thing with Mikey Garcia. He gets paid that much money to fight Jesse Vargas in Frisco, Texas. And he didn't have another fight for another 20 months because of what he was getting paid for the Jesse Vargas fight. But he knew how much he should be getting paid. And so that's why he was able to pull what he pulled against Jesse Vargas. And yeah, a number of these promoters do not like that. They
All right.
don't.
So when people start talking about, that's almost like the Keith Thurman offer. Oh, Keith Thurman ain't worth no 10 million. Why you asking for 10 million? Oh, Bud Crawford ain't. Why you saying 20 million? Like boxing fans, y'all so desperately want these fighters to get fucked up the ass. That's what y'all want. Y'all don't want these fighters to be. Y'all good if these fighters for free. You want these fighters to be stupid. That's what it is. And I'm just speaking in general. Y'all wanted Bud Crawford to deal with Al Heyman, knowing that that's not his manager, that's not his advisor, to go in there and sign the deal that is no guarantee. And I was saying that guaranteed is fake, right? But Earl Spence told me today that he ain't getting no guarantee either. So now these two fighters are going to go in with no guarantee, but one of these fighters is with Al Heyman. So in all reality, Al Heyman is going to look out for Earl Spence. He's not in the business of looking out for Bud Crawford. Let's get that straight. Al Heyman is not in the business of looking after Bud Crawford or advising Bud Crawford.
He could have, but that wasn't what Crawford wanted to do. But here's the thing,
there was a separate contract.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. In that particular case, the reason why they do that thing for guarantees, whether there is a guarantee or not, is because either it gets set by whatever the pay-per-view is or whatever they get for a profit, because we know how the pay-per-view things work. It's changed recently, but what they do is they say, okay, we're paying these main event guys this amount of money, then we know that we have to get this amount of pay-per-views in order to break even. Anything over that is a profit. And so what happens is, for example, if you have two fighters that are the main event of a pay-per-view and they get a base of $1 million each, then if you have a set price of like, say, what, $50 for a pay-per-view, then
know this, man. Oh, we're gonna break it down again. Oh shit.
So you would need a certain number of pay-per-views in order to break even. This is simple math. So if you know that, then you know what you need in order to get a pay-per-view profit off of that. A lot of people don't work off of guarantees like that because that means they have to make an investment towards a product that they have to know gives them a good return. If a person or product has a track record of not having a good return, why would you even try to invest in that particular product when other people know that is a loss? It doesn't make sense in business. That never makes sense in business. So if this BOK Prime or whoever is doing the investment with BOK Prime wants to make that investment, more power to them. But if they're in the business of losing money like that, go right ahead.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, but that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Fighters come and go for these guys. Fighters come and go. If it's not Crawford, if it's not Spence and Crawford is going to go. They're going to find another fighter if they're going to stay in the business of boxing. Why does Earl Spence have to care about how much PBC and these other guys are going to make? And for Bud Crawford and BOK, That's what he's saying about the guarantee. When he said, oh, we get the guaranteed, and he said, and fuck it, here's the 80-20 split. I don't really care. And let them make the money after it. He's basically saying that go listen back to the live. He's basically saying, I don't give a fuck. They get whatever's leftovers. If we and you getting our guarantee, we getting our guarantee, bro. I don't give a fuck how much these other guys gonna think they're gonna make it.
Here's the issue.
But Earl Spence don't have to give a fuck about PBC. You're talking like Earl Spence. It's like you're talking like Earl Spence is Al Heyman at the same time.
No, that's not it.
All right, so Earl Spence don't have to give a fuck about what PBC is going to invest in and lose in. If PBC don't want to invest in this fight, so go to BLK and let them invest in the fight.
That's the thing that people keep misinterpreting.
Let them.
PBC is not a promotional company. That is.
Hold on. We know that. We don't want to go. You long-winded, my brother. That's what it is, man. We're trying to
I talk sense, sir.
No. Look,
I talk sense.
Lolo, we trying to dial.
What are you doing that is talking sense?
But Crawford, we're trying to dial into what Crawford said. Look, we're trying to dial into what Crawford. We're trying to dial into what Crawford said, and we're trying to dial into the tweets of Earl Spence. You're going to all these your opinions, and let's go with what.
Listen, hold on a second. What did I say?
Let me finish. Cause you talking about I even jumped off, bro. I jumped off. You made me fall asleep, my brother. You made the whole fucking shit fall asleep, bro. You're fucking boring, bro.
Here we go again with this. Here we go again with this.
Let me talk. Let me talk, man. Cause you made everybody go to fucking sleep.
No. When you were not on,
you ain't the only one that fucking know boxing here.
Hour plus.
Anyway,
we went through a whole hour plus, and nobody was arguing.
Yo,
everybody understood what was going on.
Please, let me get this off. Yo, let me get this off, and you can make me.
Go ahead and get it off. Let's go.
It is late, so I might need you. Now,
free smoke this shit.
Come on, now let's go by what Crawford said, and let's go by what Earl Spence tweet. Let's dial it. Let's work around that circle, my brother. That circle. Don't come up with nothing else. All right, Crawford. If Earl Spence don't have to give a fuck about PBC, Al Heyman and the network. I want my money. I'm going to fight. Put me in there to fight. I'm the fighter. Okay, you're my manager, advisor, and I'm my promoter. Okay. You could advise me. That doesn't mean you're going to advise me right. Just because you're my advisor, that doesn't mean I got to do everything you say. Now, I want Bud. I want Undisputed. They got money on the table. I want you to look at the money. Let me know if it's real. Let me know if we could put that shit on the bank. That's all. That's what Earl Spence should have been. Bud Crawford for 2 hedge funds that buddy, my manager, you know them. Can you please go out there, check them out? Let me know if that money is real. And I want to fight Bud Crawford right now. And if it has to be in BLK because Showtime nor Fox want to invest in the fight that's going to guarantee both of us the purse, you know what? Let me get that fight. That's it. Make it happen. It's not about making it happen with Showtime or making it happen with Fox. Make the fight. I don't give a fuck if we're going to fight for Davies Entertainment in San Antonio. Make that fight.
Go ahead.
You got the floor, my brother.
You got the floor. Let's cook.
The floor had been open earlier. This person wanted to talk about what Crawford said. Rap Star, we do have the video pulled up yet again. That could be posted on this particular video where we could actually go through the words of what Terrence Crawford said. And if you want to go by the tweets of Mr. Errol Spence Jr., Errol Spence Jr. also stated in a tweet that if Crawford makes those claims, then all he has to do is post it. If he has the receipts, he can post them.
Why don't Errol Spence post his own proposal?
Ooh.
There is no reason why Errol Spence. Here's the issue that you have.
He won't even have to ask Crawford. All he has to do is look. Oh, look. All he has to do.
Like you're not
Because I'm
done.
gonna say it quick. Because I'm gonna say what you said, but I'm gonna say it quick because I just talk
and you
fast.
said you were done.
No, fuck it. You too slow.
Anyway, I asked you if you were done, and you said that you were done. Now it's time.
I'm not done.
Now it's time. Now it's time for you to no. Now it's time for you to post a proposal that
Bud Crawford agreed
It's time
on.
for you to silence yourself.
And then he's gonna post the term sheet that he agreed on, and then the contract. Let him post that.
Silence
Let him
yourself.
post that.
Silence yourself, because you're acting like you actually know what's going down.
Yeah. Post it.
No.
Post it. How about Earl Spence?
What is there?
They got the same paperwork.
We already
have the same paperwork. Why you asking me to post it?
In its entirety.
Why is Earl Spence? Why he don't post it? Why he don't post it though?
Why in its
His
entirety?
proposal. It's his contract. It's his term sheet. It's his offer sheet. Don't ask me to put. You show it. You show the world what I agreed on.
Look at this.
You show it.
This. My.
You show it. You show it. Why you asking me to show it? Show the fucking term sheet, bro. You proposed that shit to me.
Are you done?
So that's irrelevant.
Are you done?
No, I'm never done. I'm never done.
You
just gotta keep up.
Of course you say. Of course you say you're never done because the points that you try to make are always invalid. That's why you're never done.
Fuck the imbalance. Yeah, man, we imbalanced.
That's why you're never done.
I'm chemically
imbalanced.
imbalanced.
Always invalid. You want to try to scream and shout.
Fuck it, yeah, man, because you fucking bore the fuck out of us, bro. You fucking slow, bro.
You try
take
to
10
make
minutes,
a
man.
point.
Hurry the fuck up. Or I'm gonna cut you off. Hurry the fuck up. I'm gonna cut you off or let the man mute me, bro.
Poor guy.
Hurry the fuck up.
Poor guy. Still trying to make
Come on. Talk boxing. Hurry up. Come on.
Invalid.
Coño, ven, maldito palomo.
Invalid.
Sigue hablando, habla, man. Talk about
Invalid, poor kid. Invalid.
Okay, I'm gonna mute myself.
Absolutely invalid.
Go ahead, I'm gonna mute myself. Go ahead.
So here, no. I know you're not. Because one of the points that I already made in reference to Terrence Allen Crawford is that he has already dealt with people under the advisement of Al Heyman before Errol Spence.
Mm-hmm.
So you mean to tell me that Errol Spence is the only one that was under the advisement of Al Heyman that said, hey, what you had to tell me, or I gotta say, hey, I gotta go to this network or this little app or that little app in order to make a fight with Terrence Allen Crawford, when nobody under the advisement of Al Heyman in the past had to do that. None. Zero. Zilch. Nada. And if there was anyone that was under the advisement of Al Heyman that had to do something like that, is because that particular fighter wasn't at the status or anywhere near the status of Terrence Crawford or Errol Spence. None.
So let me ask you a question. Who's the A side? Let me ask you. So let me ask you the A side. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question then. Let me ask you a question.
Hold on.
But hurry up.
But yet here we are. So wait a minute. So you mean to tell me that the same organization or the same company, promotion, television company, or whatever it is, the same one that has been producing the biggest boxing event around for years?
Man, because that's Floyd Mayweather, bro.
No.
Anybody that has Floyd Mayweather is gonna produce the best, bro.
No.
Let's not give that credit to Al Heyman, bro.
Oh my goodness.
If you give BLK Anthony Joshua BLK is gonna succeed, bro.
Whoa.
Let's quit the BS, bro. Let's quit the BS.
Come on.
Mayweather's Mayweather.
Don't do this. So don't do this. Not when you have Wilder versus Fury as the biggest gate in Vegas for a heavyweight fight. Not when you have Wilder versus Fury as among the biggest fights that have been put on there.
Who flipped the
Not
bill?
when you have Canelo Alvarez versus
who
Caleb
flipped the
Plant.
bill?
It was the most successful pay-per-view event of
Yeah,
the year.
yeah. Canelo,
by a considerable margin.
yeah,
We're
Canelo
not
Alvarez
doing
will sell
this.
anybody.
We are not
Canelo Alvarez
doing
will sell
this.
anybody, bro.
We are
Canelo
not
Alvarez
doing
will sell
this.
anybody, man.
We're not doing this.
Yeah.
You don't see any.
Tell me somebody from scratch. Tell me
do
somebody
not
from scratch.
You
Tell me
do
somebody
not
from scratch.
see-
Don't tell me
you
Manny
do not see
Pacquiao. Don't
any
tell me Manny
other
Pacquiao. Don't tell me
boxing or-
Mayweather.
you
Don't tell
see
me
any
Conor
promotional-
McGregor. Don't
Did
tell me
I even
Canelo
mention Mayweather?
Alvarez.
Did I mention
Don't tell me
Mayweather?
that.
Yes or no? Did I mention Mayweather? Yes or no?
That what?
Yes or no?
What was your question again?
Yes or no? Did I mention Mayweather? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Oh, that's not what I said.
I don't know. I was talking
Come
over
on
you.
now. Come on, man.
I don't know. I
Come
was
on,
talking over
man.
you. But
Did I
but when you
mention
said
Mayweather?
Deontay
Yes
Wilder,
or
when you
no?
said Deontay Wilder, I said who
Yes
flipped the
or
bill?
no?
Who flipped the bill?
Yes or no?
Who flipped the bill?
Yes or no?
Who flipped
If you
the
don't,
bill?
if you don't want to answer that
Deontay
question,
Wilder,
say that you don't
Deontay
wanna
Wilder
answer
versus
that
Tyson
question.
Fury. Who flipped the bill, guys? I'm not even asking you. I'm asking the other guys on the panel.
They're not gonna answer you if they don't feel like they want to answer you.
Shut the fuck up. I'm
I'm
not talking to you no more. You fucking piece of shit.
I
Anybody
asked
else?
you a yes or
Did they
no
fight on?
question.
Did they fight on Showtime or did they fight on ESPN?
Come on, you know what the answer to that is.
Was ESPN, man. ESPN.
Oh, right there. So who flipped the bill?
No.
Who flipped the bill? The question is who flipped the bill?
No, that's not how that worked.
That's not how it works.
That's not how that works.
No, that's not how it
Was
works.
that a joint pay-per-view or not?
Motherfucker.
Was that a joint pay-per-view or not?
Who flipped the bill?
Was that a joint
Who flipped the bill?
pay-per-view?
Who
Oh my gosh,
flipped
man.
the
Listen.
Who flipped the bill?
Who flipped the bill the night of the fight?
Listen, poor
What
guy.
pay-per-view?
If you are
What
not willing
pay-per-view?
to answer the
What
questions that I
pay-per-view,
propose
bro?
to you,
Stop playing games,
why are
bro.
you wasting
The
time
night of the
trying to
fight,
make
where do you
points that are
fight?
invalid?
Where do you buy
Here
your
you
pay-per-view?
are, and here we are, what,
Where do you buy your
20,
pay-per-view?
30 minutes
Where
since
do you
you
buy your
got right
pay-per-view?
back into this thing,
Yeah,
and
you
here
don't
you
want.
are
Yeah, you don't
still
want to answer
making
it. The
invalid
boxing
points.
caca. That's what you are. The
You're
boxing
still
caca.
making
Que
invalid
sos
points.
mahands.
Yo,
You're still making
Basura.
invalid points. You're
You're
still
the
making
boxing
invalid points.
basura.
You are still making invalid points.
The boxing
What a
basura.
poor guy.
Why did
guy.
Mickey? Who was the
Invalid
A side?
point.
Who was the A side? Time out. Who was the A side?
Invalid point.
Jesse Vargas or Mikey Garcia?
Hey, he just
Who was
called
the
you
A side?
BB King. Hey, he said you BB King. He said boxing basura.
Who was the A side? Mikey Garcia
Invalid
or
point.
Jesse Vargas?
Hey, hold up. Is that my guy from the 813? Is that
You
my
already
guy?
know it. I was making sure that was you, bro. What's going on with
What up,
Who
brother?
was the A side? Who was the A side?
What up,
Mikey
brother?
Garcia or Jesse Vargas?
you already know, brother.
What is going
You
on,
already
man?
know what it is.
Hey,
Man, yo.
hey, even if you wrong, I swing on punch about you. You know what I mean? You know, you might be wrong, but I'm gonna punch. I might have to swing on you, dog. I might have to swing on you.
Right.
Hey, yo, who was the A side? Who was the A side? Mikey
Listen.
Garcia or Jesse Vargas?
I just want to know.
Yo, my man, but but you've been talking all day, my brother. Because I'm asking a question. You don't gotta be the one that fucking answer. Open your fucking mouth. Let somebody else open their fucking mouth.
Hey, I asked you a question. If you don't want to answer that question,
No, I don't want to answer your question. I'm asking a question to somebody else. If it's directly to the panel. Jesse Vargas, who was the A side? Jesse Vargas, or Mikey Garcia?
Too bad.
Anybody on the panel?
Hold on. What's the question?
Who was the A side? Jesse Vargas or Mikey Garcia?
I don't remember back then, but I mean, I feel like Mikey Garcia been the A side in pretty much all his fights.
Okay,
I think
he got paid
it's
the
on the
most.
zone too, right?
He got $7 million, and even as the A side, Al Heyman be like, you know what? Go to the zone and get that money as the A side, so he could do the fucking same shit with Earl Spence.
Oh, that's actually true right there.
So I burned you on that one too.
Nope. That isn't how that goes.
That isn't how it goes.
That's not how that goes.
How not?
Okay, so here's the issue. Here's the issue, right? When you have someone like Errol Spence, oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. You're the one that isn't really convinced about what Errol Spence got against your Dennis Ugas. So that means you're not necessarily convinced about the money that Deontay Wilder got against Tyson Fury in their first fight. That's number one.
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking.
Number
You see what I'm going? You see what I'm going?
Number two.
The money?
Deontay Wilder versus Tyson Fury.
I'm enjoying my breakfast.
I'm losing the will to live, man. I'm losing the will to live.
That's what I'm saying, but this guy's gonna take you. This guy right here. The boxing basura is gonna take you to.
Here's the thing. Oh my gosh! Look at this guy. Such a poor little soul.
Hey, I got a whole nother question. Hey,
I
got a whole new topic.
Rap star.
Hey, I got a whole question, man. What's the question? D-Calico. Let D-Calico speak. D-Calico has spoken. D-Calico, what you want to ask us, man? What you want to ask?
Going over there, everybody. Hey, real talk though. I just kind of wanted to ask the people, since Shakur Stevenson is probably like one of the most gifted boxers out there. Like what is this guy gonna do with his career? Because he hanging around the wrong crowd, is what I'm saying. Shit,
man, yo, he was so close.
Yeah,
but
you know what I mean.
The thing about it is, man, he signed with the dude, man. So I don't know how that contract is with him. So,
hey, could the NOI? Hey, could the NOI save him like they did? Cassius.
Man, I don't know, man. He
needs some help. He don't need the streets. He need to leave the streets alone.
Dude, yeah, you gotta leave the streets alone. But also, you got other fight. Like, how many fighters that dude got? Like, he got a lot of them.
He got a lot of fighters.
A lot of them fighters.
Yeah.
All of them guys that are, former, Olympic prospects and things like that. Very good amateurs. Like, he got them signed under there. So one way or another, they got to go through Houston, Texas.
Did y'all ever hear the story about how he came in the gym one time with the baseball bats?
Who, Shakur?
Jay Prince.
Jay Prince.
Oh, Jay Prince. Oh, you talking about Jay Prince?
Yeah. I think it was Mayweather's gym. And he had a bunch of his bodyguards started beating up everybody in the gym.
Yep.
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah.
Yep.
Crazy.
Yeah, like them dudes want you to check in, and I don't respect that shit there, man.
That's nasty, man.
Like every time you come to their city, you got to check in. Basically, you got to pay.
Tap in. What?
You got to pay them. Drop them off by 10 band, and they won't fuck with you.
That's extortion.
That's extortion. That's all it is.
That's wild.
That's some gang shit.
Like,
yep.
Yeah, but I mean that's like almost like how boxing was like back in the day, I guess, with the mob or whatever it is.
Yeah, our own people doing us worse, just like the KKK.
Yeah, for sure. But yo, my guy, you still on the book, man? You like I haven't seen like you posting or sending me them links.
Nah, they kicked me off Facebook. They kicked me off, man.
Oh,
so Shakur Stevenson be lucky because he could have been the one shot in the head.
Right,
he could have been the one. Yeah,
he could have been. You right next to him. He could have got shot.
Did y'all see the video? I didn't see.
And they said that Jay Prince people was there. Shakur Stevenson was there. I mean, man got Migos. The rapper got killed. He got shot in the head, and it'd be sad if he had nothing to fucking do with it.
Was it at point blank range?
Well, he got shot.
The man got shot multiple times, bro.
Yeah, but they say it was an accident. You don't get shot in the head and in the body and all this on accident.
An accident? What?
What the fuck is that, bro? So
the thing about it is like what I heard is like it came off of an argument and people that were in that area had guns on them, but like they say Houston is known for them crazy dice games like that. So
yeah,
they got open carry. Open carry.
Yeah, they got open carry too. So it's like, come on, man, you in Texas? That's how they roll.
Yeah,
right close to the border too. So you already know what it is.
Like, yeah, Shakur need better guidance than Jay Prince could ever give him.
Yeah, Shakur has a bright future, man. Man, I hope he doesn't ruin it.
And he been shot before, hasn't he?
I'm not too sure about that.
I don't know.
Sure about that
But that's Terrence Crawford for sure. I don't know. It was something that happened recently with that young guy in some guns or a shooting or something. Just recently, this same year. This second time this year.
Let me see.
Oh, man, you know what? I had forgot about that guy that came on. He been getting cooked on social media.
Which dude?
The dude that was on here.
Oh, Punch Drunk Boxing?
Yeah.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, he been getting cooked on social media. So
he's been getting cooked?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh shoot. I mean, I don't know, man.
So yeah, he has a little bit of a track record, but yeah, if you come in and you try to make points that aren't of much validity, then yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Punch made his points. He's dipped, man. He dipped. Hopefully he comes back.
Hopefully he comes back. Hopefully he comes back with something of actual substance.
Oh.
But we'll see. Especially when he makes his point and I don't speak. But then when I speak, he tries to step in.
I don't know, man. D Calico, it's been a minute, man. You still got Haney and the Lomachenko versus Haney, especially after the Ortiz fight, huh?
Man, I think Loma got Haney in that fight. I ain't lying.
Oh, word? Ooh, okay.
Oh, nice. D Calico.
Hey, I'm gonna have to hit you up on that one, buddy.
Yeah, man. The Loma ain't gonna be able to escape that ass whooping, man. Hell no, he done. Like matter of fact, Tank want a piece of that ass all of a sudden. Everybody just like, man, hold up, man.
Like they like sharks.
I mean, he on the other side of the world. They just see his work. Now that they seeing him in person, they like, man, I eat this guy alive.
So you think that's it for Loma? He's just gonna get beat by all these top dudes?
Man, he damn near got beat last time. Who was that guy you just fought? Mr. Nobody. You know,
come on.
That guy, he tried to get Loma out of there early. If he was a little stronger, he could. I mean, he was just overworking himself. Everybody knew he was going to be gassed out at the end of the fight. But other than that, that guy was putting it on Loma. Like he was.
Yeah. It wasn't that. Well, one thing for me, it was like he was, very active with his offense, but he was also active with his footwork. Like a lot of the stuff that Lomachenko usually does, he couldn't really do against Ortiz early because Ortiz had already knew about that from their
sparring.
Well, sparring and seeing what Teofimo.
Yeah, they sparred for a while together, so they know their style. It's different.
The thing with Lomachenko
trust me, when you spar somebody often, it changes everything about how you fight them. Everything. I have a few people that I spar with my whole life, and they might not be the best boxers, but they know me in and out. They know the way I move. They know the combinations I throw. They know when I throw a right hand, I'm gonna throw the left cross after. They know I'm gonna throw the left. They know exactly how you move. They know when you're serious, when it's a feint, when it's not. So it's a completely different story.
Yeah, it's one thing when you come into a sparring session and as Ortiz did, he came in not as him. He came in as being somebody else. So you got Loma being Loma, but Loma didn't get you being who you are. So that's what really had Ortiz going in that first half of the fight. I just didn't see much from him in that tail end of the fight from rounds 10 to round 12. He was pretty much gassed out. That was his first 12-round fight. So
if Jackson Marinez wouldn't have recently got knocked out, I would have liked to see an underdog like him fight Loma, because that guy got pure boxing skills. You know what I mean?
Marinez is good.
Yeah, he is. He just ain't got that power. And he's
same thing with Comey, man. There's a lot of good lightweights out there. Comey's good too. It's just
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I feel like Shakur finna have hell. Like 135, I don't think he can run through 135 at all.
You think so?
Ooh, wow.
Oh, that's crazy.
Not,
What? How do you see it go, DeCalico? Break it down, man.
he's not gonna give a hungry fighter a chance. He won't fight a Frank Sanchez. You know what I mean?
Oh nah. Those fights ain't gonna happen. Like Frank Sanchez or
too dangerous.
Go on, Mike. What's happening, Mike?
Hey man, I gotta disagree, man. I think Lomachenko is gonna be a nightmare for if
Tell
Devin
him,
Haney
Mike.
fights
Go
him.
on, Mike. I want to hear a debate.
It's a terrible matchup.
Mike from Boston versus D Calico. Go on, Mike.
Go on, Mike.
I think it's a bad matchup. I don't think Devin Haney is a good style matchup because he doesn't have the punching power to slow someone like Lomachenko down. Lomachenko doesn't fear the punches coming. I think it could be a long night for Devin Haney. But I don't know. What do you think?
I'm pretty sure that Haney got more pop than Ortiz. You know what I'm saying?
No, I've never seen Haney put it. He didn't even hurt anybody.
It's gonna be a long night, man. It's gonna be a long night.
When has Devin Haney hurt anybody? His punching power, man, is his biggest problem.
When has Haney ever gassed out?
In the rematch,
gassed out like Ortiz.
He blew out Zaur Abdullayev.
Yeah,
I'm talking about has he ever hurt? When is the last time he hurt?
Sonic wings off of the previous.
We talking about when he hurt a top 10 fighter, not blast out Abdullayev like a random bum. You know what I'm saying? This is the thing. You count out Loma because he had a hard fight against Ortiz, but then Haney versus Abdullayev is like, oh yeah, he beat Abdullayev on some street shit. Man, Abdullayev, you never even heard of Abdullayev before you saw that highlight video, and I know you ain't see that fight. I know you saw the highlights. You ain't see that fight, because that fight was a bum bash. Haney versus Abdullayev.
Who didn't see that fight?
I know damn well you didn't see that fight, man.
You
saw that shit on the zone highlights. You saw it on the zone highlights, and then that's when Devin Haney became your Lord and Savior.
No, sir.
That's when Devin Haney became your Lord and Savior.
Sir.
Now, anyways, let me and
I covered that fight, sir.
Let me and Mike Cook. Anyways, Loma destroys Haney. He's gonna beat the shit out of him. You know what I'm saying? That's just the way it's gonna go.
I agree. I think that's the way it will play out.
Look, Jojo Diaz, Cambosis, and now Loma. It's just a little, each one of them are slightly better than the other at this stage of their careers. You feel me?
Who's better? Cambosis is better than Lomachenko.
Cambosis is what?
Cambosis is much weaker than much weaker fighter than any of those guys. I think Cambosis got a lucky fight. He's not the guy's got nothing special. And he's a good fighter, but he's not great. He shouldn't be up there.
Nobody says he's great. No. Number one, we going off his achievement. So he can be is great without being talented. He's not he's not nothing special, but he's a warrior.
And Devin Haney's something special. That's the thing I don't get. Devin Haney's something
special, man. Stop that.
Let me tell you what Devin Haney does. He jabs, and when somebody gets in, he ducks his head below the waist illegally, and then grabs their body also illegally, and begins clinching them. And then he just waits for it to tie up to get stopped, and then he starts doing the same thing, rinse and repeat, jab, maybe a little combo. And then hug, then duck below the waist. He almost puts his head so low it looks like he's about to give him a rim job. The dude that he's fighting doesn't look like he's boxing. It looks like he's about to suck him off. It's ridiculous, man. They need to stop with this ducking below the waist shit. This shit is killing boxing, man. I hate that style.
Hey, it's working. That's how you avoid those hooks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the problem is though in the clinch though. Lomachenko is good at fighting in the clinch. He's good at fighting in the clinch.
Haney's not good at fighting clinch. That's one thing for sure. I know that.
He's not. Yeah, that's a big thing I was thinking about.
Gamboa didn't get knocked out. He could have easily knocked Gamboa out. He was.
Gamboa, man. Gamboa is. I thought he could have done it too. I thought he could have knocked Cambosis out, but
he doesn't know. Yeah. He's not quite. He don't have that instinct. He don't have that killer instinct, but he did it. But the ability really is there. He just didn't. He's not putting it down to get these guys out of there.
That's why. That's the main thing. If he had punching power, he would be. I think.
No, if he just had that killer instinct.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
But that's the thing though. Is that something that you can learn, or is that just something you have? Like it's hard.
You got to go through. He's gonna have to go through a couple more wars. Like he's probably got to go up to the next one.
A rap star have a request.
Go on, mate.
What's up?
There is something that is on the queue. That is a video that includes Devin Miles Haney. That I want to have pulled up for the people on the panel.
Let's see it, man.
Can be pulled up.
Let's see your points.
Let's see if that can be done. Okay, cool. So there was a claim that that the boxing source was not in attendance for the fights between Devin Miles Haney and Zaur Abdullayev. This is the post-fight pressure that happened there for Devin Miles Haney, and a question was posed to Devin Haney by a certain person. Hold on, let's see who that person is. Let's go.
Devin. Now you had that last fight against Antonio Moran at the MGM over in the Washington D.C. area, and now here in the MGM. MSG. What do you think that you've worked on from those past two fights? And I would say over the past couple of years that makes you seem so patient in the ring and being able to be real focused when you're going up against your opponent.
I've been saying this now. I'm only getting better. And that's why I keep saying those guys, they better fight me now, because as time go on, I'm only going to get better. So it's only going to get worse for them. I train hard in the gym. Like I said, I sacrifice. I work on many different things. And I'm a student of the game. So, every fight, I'm going to get better.
Now, yeah. So
I think that guy was just doing your voice, man.
Yeah, he was just doing your voice. No, I mean,
it's a great
look, the boxing source, man. Look, I get it, man. Devin Haney, he didn't become your Lord and Savior when he fought Abdullayev. I was wrong. He became your Lord and Savior way before then. But you know what I'm saying? Anyways, who cares? Anyways. No, I'm just pulling your leg, boxing source, man. I'm just
they just keep a little spice. They keep a little spice. It ain't that
deep, man. It ain't that deep. We're just getting a little spicy, but shit.
But but that was a good video though. That was tight work, bro. But
yeah, that's good shit, man. That's good shit. You're there. You know what I'm saying? You gotta respect it. But
I really like what Haney said. I like what Haney's response was, because I was just saying that the guy's only gonna get better. It's gonna take a little time. It's gonna take a couple more wars. Nobody's really giving the man, a struggle. So you know what I mean? Like when he starts to know that, like basically he needs to know it's gonna be a struggle before he gets in the ring. Then it'll start being more of a warrior have to come out of him.
Yeah, but hey, Calico, how about this for Haney, right? He's like one of those fighters that didn't necessarily. Well, he had like a somewhat of a amateur career of sorts, but he also started as a professional at a very young age in Mexico. Like, do you think that is like having those fights in Mexico while being at a very young age is a factor of what he's been able to do right now?
Heck yeah. I mean, those Mexicans are the toughest people on the planet to me, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. So going down there and putting them skills on them, basically I wouldn't think there was enough talent down there to really fuck with him, but I'm saying as far as the toughness and the amount of competition down there, I think that did help.
Yeah.
Hey, D.
He needs to get rid of.
I'm back. I wanted to ask you this. I never asked you what do you think about Terence Crawford side of the story, and Errol Spence came out tweeting and erupted the place, telling Terence Crawford, put up the fucking negotiation, put up the contract, stop capping and all this shit. What do you think about all this?
Man,
what do you think about Terence Crawford right now, man? How's Terence Crawford looking? Is he trying to justify his fight with David Evanesian?
Bro, you already know if it walk like, if it talk like, You already know. You feel me? We hear him quacking. You know what I'm saying? Like supporters of Bud can't be mad because the man needs this for himself. For his career. He needs the money right now. Obviously, you know what I mean. He's not worrying about legacy. Maybe he'll go out on his sword after this fight. But as of right now, he's thinking like Floyd. He's looking at this like an exhibition. He probably wish he can get a couple more $10 million exhibition fights. You know what I mean? It's hard to be mad at him, but it's like, why you did that? Like, why you didn't get your ass whooped first? You should have fought, this guy, even if you got beat up by Spence, still go fight that guy for 10 million. But I guess he feel like the money won't be on the table if he loses. So he like, man, I got to get these $10 million for my career. Because he didn't think he'd get that kind of money until after he beat Spence. He like, after I beat Spence, I can get bigger money. But an opportunity like that came, and it's hard to blame him because he's been getting pimped for a long time. But why even start the negotiations and detour? You feel me? He hurt all of us with that.
Yeah.
Who knows, man?
We're not going to get this fight now. Errol Spence, Terence Crawford is finished for life. Because there's no way Terence Crawford...
That was clear, man, from the beginning. I knew this fight wasn't going to happen.
That's finished for life.
We're never going to get a rep?
Yeah, that's never going to happen.
I don't think we'll ever see that fight.
I'm kind of curious. So let me get this straight. So this Errol Spence Jr., so apparently he is supposed to tell Al Heyman that he has to go through every single potential avenue to try to make the fight, even if it meant trying to be part of a company that hardly anybody knew about. I'm not sure if anyone in the panel knew about BOK Prime.
Nobody knew about it.
But apparently this particular company had hedge fund people that would invest $20 to $25 million each, even though that's not quite what hedge fund people do. But either way, so why is it that people actually expect Mr. Errol Spence Jr. to go into a venture or have his lawyers look into something like that, to go into a venture that hardly anyone knows about? I'm just curious.
Well, I think he didn't make the effort. It seems like, I mean, at least make the effort, do your due diligence, look into it, have your lawyers look into it. Meet and talk with Crawford and his lawyers. I mean, at least try to make the fight happen for the fans and for your legacy.
But
it doesn't work out. It doesn't work out. But at least try.
But the thing about it is like I said, this BOK Prime has been in existence for at least a few years.
Yo, punch.
So if that is the case, then yeah, I guess they supposedly had the money before, regardless if it was for Errol Spence or for David Evangian. But
just like, oh Lord.
But
in the chat,
this is the same particular organization that had tried to pull off events before that had been either rescheduled or not done altogether. But I mean, hey,
let me tell you something, though, man. It's been a great live today. We've had everybody's opinions. Agree to disagree. At the end of the day, that's what this channel's about.
Dude,
we
honestly,
respect
man,
everybody
I
who
say
comes
fuck
over.
both those guys at this point. I'm sick of both of them. I don't want to hear.
Are you sick of both of them, Mike? Are you done with all of them, Mike?
Same. I agree with Mike, man.
Yeah.
Mike is talking the real shit.
He knows
not Errol,
he
man.
sucks.
No, what it is, man. People love Bud too much. Like people who like Errol, we've been telling y'all, Bud hasn't. He hasn't fought stiff competition. His competition is lackluster. Them guys is bums to us, right? Because Errol Spence he's never even taken a fight off. Like he's never had a tune-up fight. The guy got in the worst accident we could imagine.
That's a lie. That's a
He's
lie.
never had no damn tune-up fight, man. Come on,
Mikey Garcia was a
Mikey
tune-up fight.
Garcia, man.
Okay,
Mikey
now
Garcia was a
look
tune-up
at that.
fight.
Look at that. And that is a hell of a tune. But could you imagine a tune-up fight with Mikey Garcia? I never heard no such shit like that.
Come on, a 135-pounder in a tune-up fight?
Huh?
A 135-pounder in a tune-up? A 135-pounder who never fought at 147 in a tune-up fight?
What, didn't he win a
Mikey
that's a whole nother story.
If Mario Barrios, a 140-pounder, was a tune-up for Thurman, that 135 Mikey Garcia ain't a tune-up fight for Spence?
Yeah, that was a horrible fight.
Wait, who was the better fighter, Mikey Garcia or Mario Barrios? And yes, Mikey Garcia
or Gamboa or Benavidez or who? I want to know.
All right, so I'll put it like this: Mikey Garcia may be the more skillful fighter, but I don't think he would be the better fighter at the higher weight class because of his size, I should say.
So you're saying that his limit should have been at 140. Almost kind of like Mr. Adrian Broner. Like his limit.
Adrian Broner's on BLK Prime too. He's on Black Prime.
Who's he fighting?
I think I said this a couple hours ago. AB shouldn't have been at 147. AB should have stayed at 140. Matter of fact, the legacy fight at 140 would have been Adrian Broner and Terrence Crawford.
Or shall I tell you what's the legacy fight right now? Is me going to fucking bed. I'm going to sleep.
Yeah, Rastar got to go.
I'm going to fucking sleep. I want my legacy. I want my legacy few hours again. Yeah? And let me tell you something. When I wake up in the next few hours, I want to see what really is going on. And is Errol Spence going to come to the TV now? Or is he going to come with the video now? We don't know. But what we do know is Errol Spence now has come out and said that Terrence Crawford pull them receipts out and stop talking. Right? So we don't know what's going on right now. But look, at the end of the day, I'm going to catch everybody on the next live. I'm out of here. Peace out to you guys and peace out to the chat.
Like and subscribe, y'all.
Haney sucks.